Hey guys, it's Tartan coming at you with another game of Total War Three Kingdoms. Speaking of the Three Kingdoms, they are the Kingdom of Shu here, run by Wu Jing. We're playing 190 Expanded. The Kingdom of Wei, led by the Boogeyman Cao Cao. And the Kingdom of Song, led by everybody's other guy, Yuan Shao. Now, he is so far away from everything. Now, we're not at war with Yuan Shao. We do know that his armies are incredibly far away from home, however. And no, we live so far from him. You know, if we were Wei, Wei might be trying to make a move. Wei's at war with everybody. He's not at war with Song, I don't think, though. But, you know, our kingdom, and we've got a very large amount of vassal states. They span, you know, from Gongsun in the north, and then we've got our nearby web, and then, you know, a little web on the other side of the Nanman lands as well. And we've had some sworn tribes of the horsemen, and don't forget, Yuan Shu, one of our very important vassals. But, you know, we're spinning up new armies, and we've got plenty of engineers available and such. I'm like, surely another engineer would be better than, you know, premium army for the premium heir. Yep, good stuff. Now, we don't want to upgrade that main building. I mean, actually, we could just try to get to the Imperial City and see if it works. I think we'll have a small amount of food from other increases, so yeah, this is alright. I mean, it's the capital after all. Gotta go for it. Oh, we're totally going the wrong way in the tree, though. Because normally we wanted the web of anti-corruption, but here we actually do need the Imperial Palace, which we're going to have here in the mountains, even though, you know, actually moving it to a more important central place would be practical, wouldn't it? Of course, this would make it more vulnerable. Theoretically, I mean, we could move it to Poyang as well, because, like, you know, like, your capital being a place that nobody wants to go to that's, like, in the mountains. I mean, but this does have 3 million people in it. I guess it's not so bad. We'll just hold on to that thought. That is what we will do. And speaking of holding on to it, we've got this army coming together. We've got a whole lot of fun things coming out. And, of course, we just take a look at the court, right? We've got Gunning for Grand Tutor. This dude we just got him, but this isn't a roleplay campaign. We got 25% ammo for range units and 30% campaign faction movement from him. And then, you know, we've got very solid. Zhukun has, I mean, 20% melee damage is super good. And we don't have any level 8 people yet to get our new Imperial units, but we've got several level 6s around. And, you know, they won't be too far out. So, without further ado, gotta get the tools there. I'm like, is there a way for us to get the tools? Well, you know, we should have traded this stuff to him for it, huh? It'll be alright. And on this side, Jotai just took that. And we had recently taken, we went up the river and took this, but we gave it to our vassal as well. Disbanded a couple armies. We're just waiting for Jotai's to move it up. We don't want to drop all of our forces from the map, right? We don't want to invite ideas of weakness. We'll just wait for a couple turns to get everybody up, because, well, I mean, maybe it's time for Jogafu to ride, though, right? I don't know. We'll work it out. We also have a couple of people on assignment. The thing about Zhang Shu'er is that she's probably a spy. So we don't want her in the field. But Guan Yingping is not a spy. And we got her to level 2. And even though now, once you're a kingdom, getting people to level 2 is much less important because you get access to the suite of the good kingdom units. I think Duchy gives you a couple, and then Kingdom gives you rather a lot. You can get the veteran stuff even at low levels. We will invite the Han Empire into our coalition. I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, they're the last holdouts. That's Yalu up there fighting for Yuan Shao against Hongzhou on the river. Gangtuzan gets destroyed, so we'll be looking for the possibility of getting something there. Hey, look at that! Amazing. You never see this. You never see this. Liu Bei. Liu Bei has confederated Liu Biao's faction. You never see this. This is awesome, too, because Liu Bei works for me. But alright, yeah. Liu Bei, confederated Liu Biao, here in 210. And Sima Yi, he'll try to go in a few turns. But what we really need to do is just see what we got going on here. If we... Yeah, we'll just build... Yeah, I feel like we just need to wait for all of the points and then we'll extract them at the last moment. And that'll be the try. That'll be what we do. But yeah, so a whole lot of people in the field, in the pool. No one that we're really looking for, right? But we're just going to check and see if any of them's got something cool. That's cool. And also, he's level 5, so we can try to send him off as a spy, right? If he's willing. We're good. I think the Wuhan here. Oh, they were. Maybe because Liu Bei just took them and now they're all a bunch of spies from him, but I don't know. Alright, so he... Nah. Why worry about it? Because I think what happened was they leveled up and got more spies and elected to send some spies at me, which is fine. I'm not, mad at them. We've got... does Gan Ning give people, desire for higher office? Does one of these people give people desire for higher office? Because, man, oh man, do they have it all of a sudden? Alright, where's the you? Yeah, maybe it's because we're the new emperor or something. Maybe it was that we used to be getting a I think it was that we used to be getting a satisfaction boost, but no, that wouldn't explain why this higher office thing is suddenly So oh, well, they leveled up more. There you go. We'll make him the orator. I'm like, that's right. They can level up, and that increases their desire. We'll name her the attendant, and everybody else is fine. It's like, that's right. We've been leveling up a ton. There you go. And he make a bunch more money there. Probably like a whole 1,000 out of him. He's bonkers. And then we get this and this. She's got no special ability, but going over here, we'll put her in charge of an army, you know, and getting flexibility plus reach is very excellent. Yeah, but Zhao Dun already here on the river, but of course we were already preparing to deal with these fools. Alright, time for a building. We already have a weaponsmith, so let's go ahead and get an armor thing going on, right? Because we have the legendary weaponsmith over here. Yeah, we totally sent these looters out, and I think, though, they might be going somewhere else. I'm not sure. It's pretty funny. We might have bugged them. They might be going somewhere that we cannot follow. We're going to push that, and then we're going to downgrade this city. Get us some more food. Having a force here, it's not like that desirable, right? Because we see the looters are here. We'll just... He, like, super hates me, right? Well, you know, this was really about dealing with this foe. We don't really need to do that anymore. You know, these guys need to get to where the action is. This was specifically just about getting rid of an enemy, and we did. Now, Yuan Yao is a guy with a terrible personality, however... that he might just fight somebody else, right? So we're just gonna give him a little bit more land. He's Yuan Shu's kid, but we took him as a vassal, and then we gave him some land down here in the south. You know, I don't think it's gonna come back to haunt us. And like here, we will... government support, and this place will just be a, you know, a nice place for everyone to be. Now, in general, I mean, he is a vassal. I would say that, like, your lands on the very far front, maybe you do want to have. A garrison in, but I bet it'll actually just be fine, right? Because this land is an annoying place to take, and if he takes it, you know, we don't really have a lot of eggs in this basket. I mean, they're a moderate amount of eggs, just like 6 eggs. And then all industry all the time. This place makes 10,000 already. I mean, with a lot of juice on it. But 10,000, very respectable. Go get a bit more food there. And here, we're sort of towing the line of the food, so we just want to chill for a second. But actually, you know... Do we want to? So I think here, yeah, getting the movement one is better, because we're not going to have to defend this tower, but we might want to move. I mean, no, not really, right? Yeah, we'll just leave it alone. And with that, I mean level it up to 5, because there's no point in not spending the money. We have so stinking much money. Speaking of what we have, how's the spy game looking? Get another guy in Wei there. And then we'll leave, like, one slot for somebody else. Because, like, here, these are people that don't like us, that are on our borders. These are the ideal things to have a spy in the army. Get some visibility, you know, and... Here, we get plenty. We're just going to move up in this direction. We need to get on the road here. You can get armored archers. Alright, so everything is awesome. It's the summer. Any important diplomacy to do? I mean, I would doubt it. We are respective, which is good. You know, it's been whipsawing around a little bit because of some dumb stuff. Who wants to join me? Nobody wants to be confederated by me. But I'm so excited about Liu Bei confederating, you know, Liu Biao. That's amazing. Then you never see it. But I guess here, you know, it's the perfect timeline. He's 67 years old. Liu Biao is. He's got the Black Dragon, the Wandering Craftsman. He's got all sorts of great stuff. The Wandering Craftsman's an amazing thing. It's, you know, oh yeah. And, you know, it's been paying off. Look at all these gold weapons. He's got 2 Gs of Heavenly Mandate in this army. Great stuff. You love to see it. But yeah, so this is... I think it starts in Yuan Shao's faction. I'm not sure, though. I've just seen it there a lot, but he often is successful. But it's... I mean, I think it's the same thing as having this level 3 place, which is, you know, that's an item worth its weight in the gold rim. Now here, this army is super marine heavy, right? Well, let's just get a couple heavy G infantry. I like that better, right? You know, we got a couple engineers, a couple heavy G infantry, maybe like 3 of them. 2's probably good, right? How much do you want to lean into the cav? And then we'll get 1 mounted archer. She doesn't have the poison arrows. She's only level 4 in spite of being the biggest hero of this thing. But yeah, she's got Warblade, that's right. So, you know, plenty of damage for that army. All right. And next turn, we'll be able to get all of the heavy hitters out. And then we just have to figure out what we want to do, right? Like, so on a macro strategic level, the Kingdom of Wei is in this incredibly drawn out spot, and we have a good idea of where many of their armies are, and they're not where they want to be. And also, like, the Kingdom of Wei is at war with a ton of people. 18, because he's at war with my entire vassal network, plus some other stuff. Now, if we don't move on him, someone else might take the Emperor's seat, but that would just be like Yuan Shao, and that would be funny, actually. But yeah, let's just see where it goes, right? That's all we can do. What does Chupan like? Does he have anything? Southern Pioneer, public order faction wide, and melee damage for animal troops. Cool. Armor gives you the upkeep there. I know his bird gives him upkeep as well. Nature's ally, that makes a lot of sense. And then Earth, so. Okay, so he gives lots and lots of discounts to animal costs. And this guy is an amazing, negative 15% corruption to administered commandery. Normally vanguards don't have good bonuses to it, and here he still doesn't have that good of bonuses to it. It's just a little bit. It's not like really what they're good at typically, but he's got a, but is he gonna be family? These are questions. Not questions you have to ask, but questions. But I assume, yeah, like, why dither, right? We can cross the river, in force into, Yuan Shu's lands, who is our vassal, and is, of course, potentially beleaguered by the Kingdom of Wei here, so. The Yellow Turban Rebellion has taken Lucian.
不能如此相持下去了。
Now, do the people that live there... I mean, Gongsun-Du wants this. Why not get it, right?
你同意了。
This will let Gongsun-Du have peace on that front, and then when the time for War with Song happens, which will be soon enough, he's so out of position, but it won't take too long for him to get back home, just about a year or two. Of course, he thought he was going to be the only king, the king in the north. No, there's a king in the south, too. We're going to side with our wife in that dispute. Alright, 1 million people are more available. That was our girl, Zhang Sheng. She's our bandit queen. Laying beneath the moon, she is... And this dude is born in the saddle. We gotta figure that there's a big shakeup going on in some places. Because maybe a lot of these people from Liu Bei's faction are actually just leaving because the shakeup made them upset because their satisfaction got lowered from Liu Biao being, different. This guy's almost certainly a spy from Humao. That's okay, we will put him on a regular horse and send him packing. You're not gonna fool me. This guy is... Yeah, this guy can go. He's in the Tong family, but, they're not really part of our family, are they? Hey, Luke, you say, how goes the going? Well, it certainly does go, sir. It certainly does. In our session earlier today, we became the kingdom of Zhu, unless that's not how you pronounce it. I did some little back-of-the-envelope research. Apparently, this was like, like a pre-Zhou state, I guess. And really it existed more up here above the river, like with the Huai River sort of thing, with this being the very lowest reaches here and the Yangtze Delta of the Zhou Kingdom. But I guess he had to choose something for it. But yes, we did get a cool name. Yeah, not a duchy, but a kingdom title indeed. But everything is straight popping off, but we're about to get all of the armies going. I guess we're just gonna, like, you know, go for it, right? Nothing to do but jump over the moon. Yeah. Alright, yeah, it's just time to keep on rolling, because the thing is with the Duchy of Zhong having this land here, we now have an awesome jumping off point to come in here, so I think we just go, right? It's harvest, you know, let's wait for spring. Also, Luke, definitively, flaming arrows, fire arrows works for the multi-bolt crossbows, and I believe flaming shot, the flaming shot center one for a strategist does it well. Maybe there's somebody else that has like Yua Remnant Warriors as their thing, right? One of the dudes over on our rim that we popped, maybe like one of these fellows, maybe not Tongji, but maybe Zulong, base game priority. Okay, there you go. Because I thought Zulong's thing was like, his whole thing was like, yeah, we're not getting pushed around anymore.
呼啸山林，我的传承必将归于荣耀。
时值丧乱，生民鲜少。
But we'll just get a couple there, and then one big heavy G infantry.
我严白虎能为你做些什么？
It's like, my name is Yan Bai Hu, and some other stuff. 10% melee attack rate when commanding. Amazing. Also, I'm always saying it Yan Bai Hu, but he's clearly saying it Yan Bai Hu, so... Yeah, we'll just get a couple more stabbies here. Because we're going to be fighting against Cao Cao, so we need the greens, right? Right. Because he's got all that chunky infantry. And then, yeah, we're gonna muster up the army of the Emperor here as well, right? Yes, right.
请下命令。势如狂澜。
Yeah, we'll just bring Wu Fin here so that he can hang out with the old man. And,
此为苍生黎民之天下，
you know, he's got
非暴虐诸侯之天下。
what we need here. And what we can do is, so... Yeah, the Emperor here can get dragon level units. Heavy cataphracts just aren't better than cataphracts. But all that we would do is swap the engineers over to him. Well, I mean, with that in mind, though, something like... Something like a couple as... Yeah, because we get a couple Azure Dragons here, right? Well, we need... I mean, really, but a Danyang Elite Spear, like, why not another one of them, right? Yeah, because we do, like, 2 spears. And then we swap these Warriors of the Pearl to Engineers here. The regular Spear Guards, because he's got the better versions there. We don't have to care about them. Yeah, and we'll get another Warrior of the Pearl here. Now, we don't need Yellow Dragons, like, at all, because we fill that niche with our thing. But Pearl Dragons might be interesting here, but I think, actually, we just get... I mean, do we get... Maybe we go for Jade Dragons, though, right? Yeah. And because we can get Jade Dragons, and yeah, they're just a superior choice for cataphracts, because they're like the, they're like the better version of, you know, Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, right? So yeah, let's just... Why does it... I mean, you lose the AP damage, but that's only good in a prolonged fight anyway. We'll take the shields and the survivability boost. Yeah, no, it's not a real surname. I see, I see. Or a real given name, rather. Because the surname's the clan name, the last name's the first name, and... Oh, speaking of... So... Is she a spy? Maybe. But look, she came and brought me axes. We're gonna give her these crummy little ones so we can figure out what's going on with her. Give her a title, boost her up. We got all sorts of good things. Oh, Luke, very exciting. Liu Bei confederated Liu Biao this turn. Isn't that fun? You never see it. But yeah, we've got the situation here, but we're just gonna muster up and push for it, right? We're not gonna... I thought we could wait around for a bit, but Cao Cao declared war on us, right? So we're just gonna take it to its logical conclusion. You know, I can't believe he would do that. It's wild behavior.
决心与武力。猛虎出山，
快点！
Like, the Wu Engineer expanded stats are really messing with me. Alright. Do we go to 4cav here, or... I don't really see the point in them. Why not a Pearl Dragon? Just throw it in. Why not? Alright, and now that we've leveled up, he can get heavy mounted archers? No, untrue. But he can get, armored archers, which will, I think, be worth the swap, even if we lose veterancy, right? I think it's worth the swap. Still regular repeating crossbowman. I believe in the single repeating crossbowman.
我们必须带头。
时局变动，戡乱讨逆。
And we'll be ready to roll before too long. We gave Yuan Shu's kid some land down here. I thought it'd be funny. Fei Zhan doesn't like us
又是你
anymore.
这厮！
You know, do we need an army here? I'd hate to think we needed an army here. You know, maybe we don't need these possible spies in our faction while we're having somewhat of satisfaction problems, but we'll work it out. So, I think maybe because we're not the first person to declare ourselves as emperor, we didn't get any of the declaring a new dynasty things. So maybe there's that, which I didn't even appreciate. I thought you got that when you were an emperor at all, but like we didn't. I don't think we got, you know, like the hit that you get for establishes new dynasty or whatever. So maybe the Kingdom of Song doing that is bad for him, but. You know, Wei is at war with everybody because of him breaking his vassalage with me. So we're just gonna punch him up. You're gonna aid us in the war against Shimoka. Liu Bei, you're just trying to get over to Shu, you sly dog. You get the new dynasty stuff from having... It's nice. Oh, how's the court? Well, we are well on our way to seeing if we can get 2 satchel charges on the Wu engineers, for we have acquired Gan Ning. He is the Grand Tutor because, of course, roleplay falls in the face of practicality. But yeah, so we got Gan Ning. So I was thinking there, okay, now we're kind of close to getting to 100%, right? 25 on him, find someone with like 15 or 25 better there, you know, you get a 10% bow. Right, you got the title for a little bit. You got a brilliant for a little bit. Like, we can get to 200 with that 25 at the base. If only we could find that one. Hey, there we go. I figured this would happen. And it did. But she loves me so much that we're just... Oh, did we forget to take her axes away? No, yeah, we're going to employ her. Perfection! You know, because we're family, so we saw that. Lucky indeed, yes. The first time we met her, we took her weapons away, so we knew that wouldn't be a problem. If she did flee, but of course, always nice to see our girl here being happy. It's like, alright, you can have him back now. But I guess, yeah, because we did pump her satisfaction to 100, so if you catch them and it's 100, maybe that helps. But I'm pretty sure that Zhongzhou is a spy from the Duchy of Qi, but the thing is she gives the charge bonus to the spouse's faction forever, so it doesn't matter, and we married her to Ling Tong. So, you know, so now we've got that charge bonus locked down, so it's a great pickup. Oh, and just in time for those units, well, it's time for a couple more, isn't it? Charge bonus on retinue and battle running speed, or do we want attack rate? Yeah, we'll take attack rate, yeah. Alright, so, boom. Just in time for those guys to get in there, we discover that actually their identity is the Imperial Lancer Cavalry. And that means, of course, that it's about time to say goodbye to the childish things of Danyang Elite Spears. Are they amazing? Of course they are. But are they deprecated beneath the Imperial Gate Guards and the 4-stack of Cav? Yes. We've still got our engineers over on this side. We no longer need these line breakers. No, I'm going to hold on to you. I'm going to hold on to a unit of them. Couple of spears. There's the punch. Beautiful. And it's autumn. We're just waiting for the, because like, yeah, I mean, we're just gonna roll up here too, yeah.
一统天下。尽忠有诈。
But yeah, now that I know too that oh, yeah, it's Panzhong. Dude, this dude pops off.
心有所欲
This dude
引而导之
absolutely pops off with this flame burst thing. And starting with this weapon, what a beast, right? What a total beast. I feel like I've had him before and then just took his weapon and I was like, we'll never get that thing. But here we go. We've got a couple of cool horses in the recent times, so we'll distribute them. The Zhanbei horse can go to somebody else.
满怀信念，奋力一战。
Yeah, well, why not the Zhanbei? There you go. I promised I would get you your horse back, Miku. This is your exact horse, not like a replica. You know,
拿起
we
武
never
器
gave anybody that elephant.
群山之力，
正气如火，熊熊不息。折而不摧。威加海内，乱世随定。看到众人汇集于此，我心甚慰。
柔以克
Yeah,
刚。
good stuff here. Put them here because he's going to be able to get a yes. Yeah, when you get to level of king, you can get dragons at level 6 instead of level 7, which is very cool. And we're going to get a couple of trebs there, and we've got a couple of engineers. And now this is what I call pod racing. Okay, this is... the good stuff here. Now, cataphracts are better than veteran lance cavalry by a pretty wide margin. We don't have, like, any regular archers here. But we gave him some engineers, but we can get some, yeah, onyx dragons here. That's the way to go. Well, one onyx dragon and one heavy repeating crossbow. You know, just gotta spice it up a little bit. And speaking of the spice, no, yeah, four cataphracts and then one archer. There we go. Tertigedos from it? I don't think so.
悉听尊便。
Yep, no, he's just friends with everybody. We're never going to use him right. We're never ever going to use him right. And actually, we're going to take this book away because I think it leads to unfun play. We might put it back on later for like a full cavalry army thing, you know, onto somebody, but I just don't, you know. It makes the sieges just meh. You know, you're not earning it. And I would rather have guerrilla deployment. I mean, here we can... get there, and then, you know, why don't we...
我只想为百姓寻得容身之所。
Yes, the cataphracts, but you know, why don't we finally do what we should have done years ago?
该当如此。
白虎，
Yeah, Realistically, it's just we never got anyone to get along with. Yeah, or rather, we didn't choose to put him in. We didn't choose to find him an army where he got along with anybody. This is a whole lot of levels to distribute. Let's just get to it. Now you might think, will any of these matter? They could. Any one of these people could ultimately be chosen. Sima Yi is feeling happy now, but he's still got a couple of turns. So we're just going to wait and then build network here. Yeah, and then we'll run interference here. We're going to commit to it. He's going to get captured. All right. Oh, he used all of his thing there to get him out. But the interference already happened, so let's get out. Commit! Alright. Menchong gets caught, Sima Yi gets caught. Alright, I am not good at spy stuff. Alright, I did not understand how that was gonna happen. I thought we did the interference and it worked, but maybe we did the interference and it failed. Anyway, well, let's see if Cao Cao is mad at him, or if he sends them on their way back home. That's not how it works. Got it. I thought it was like, go through with it. I was like, alright, go through with it. Guess I should have read it more. But, you know, what if I just ignored everything that it told me, and then acted like I didn't understand it later?
有何吩咐？
What tutorial?
大人，有何吩咐？
What set of goals from the game? That doesn't sound like something I've seen. Getting caught happens before anything else. Fair enough. Well, you know, I learned one thing about spies in this playthrough. No, we did a cool little, the father fell down some stairs and slipped thing. You know, that was a sick move. Try to get caught, just back out. Never threw this by over. Fair enough. I was just like, I should have just waited a couple of turns and then, like, tried for Sima Yi, but instead I, you know, used up everything. Oh well. You know, we didn't really need him. Maybe Cao Cao will be mad at him. And, then he won't be my problem anymore. Or maybe he'll send him to me, because he'll be like, you know what? You sly dog. Because he was really upset, but then I guess... Oh, he got faction fondness from getting spared. Yeah, no, he's not coming to me. Oh well. I guess now he can't come to whisper his poison in our ear. Sorry, his very good advice. So, 6K listed here with 30% corruption, so 9K income, and that's with one of our assignments off. Just a crazy amount of money to be making. Only 3 million people, too, so a whole bunch of ceiling left to go on it. But this is you know, the Three Kingdoms era kicking off like this. Pretty funny because Cao Cao couldn't have wanted it this way. He's like all over the place, and of course now everyone's mad at him because he looks like a faithless boy, like a big old traitorous dude. War against Ma Teng makes sense. Ma Teng's like, I wanted to be a king. Well, if you coulda, you woulda. Oh, and Zhao Yun ended up going over to the Liu Bei's faction. So look at how things are working, even if a little wonky, right? I want to be an easily destroyable king, right? Because the thing is if in a different timeline, right, what we would do now is peace out and have an awesome time, like, building up and just waiting and stuff. But the thing is we've already sort of, with how we've got this unified and economically, we might as well push through, have our satisfying ending, and then, you know, start up another campaign. So we're just going to push through. We're not going to belabor this one. Not that I think waiting for narrative reasons is bad. I do not think that. But we're not going to do that this time. We're just going to go ahead and push. Hey, ironic. Campaign's going wonderfully. We achieved the kingdomhood. Cao Wei declared up here. They were our vassals, so everybody's mad at them. We've got a big network of vassal states here. You know, some of the horsemen and Gongsun-Du, and then Liu Bei just confederated Liu Biao, which, like, is so cool. You know, you never see it happen. And yeah. The Emperor just hit level 8, and we are about to move across the river and absolutely beat the brakes off of Cao Cao. This dude is going to be like, oh, never should have come here. Liu Biao's alive still? Yes. Well, you know, he is a sparkling young 68 years old and still kicking, yeah. We lost Liang Mao, not Miao, Liang Mao, to winter a couple of winters ago. I was afraid it would be, you know, like our good old Prince of Qin here who showed up to the party. Speaking of the party, yeah, axes. We need to get Guan Yunping into an army, right? We certainly do. And there's Wuhan Stallion for Ning Tong, who needs a title because he's a great guy, right? He's a very impressive dude. We're gonna call him the General of Unfailing Aim. Yeah. No. General who stands his ground. No. Yes. He won a couple sweet duels. Liu Bei confederated a living Liu Biao. Yes. Isn't it fun? Also, ironic, we figured out how to get the Wu engineers to get the charges on the wall, because we can't attack the wall, right? At least I couldn't figure out a way to do it. Perhaps it is possible. But, you know, with the guys on top of the wall, then we get it done. And, of course, even in winter, our web of happiness and joy is too strong for him. What we want to do... It's like, can I... 14 there. Yeah, we won't do that. Well, visibility here we already practically have, but... Here we go. This will give us a little more visibility there, because we're just going to wait for spring, and then we're going to bounce across the river, and we're going to roll up through our vassal, Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu, the very loyal dude. And, But I must say, the engineers are the single coolest unit I've seen in this whole game. I couldn't believe how cool they were. They're so busted strong, but only if you're responsible enough to use them, which I am not. You know, so don't nerf them. I want to play this faction again. I have a great amount of fondness for, like, a couple of playthroughs ago, what we did, and for some other campaigns in the past for, like, story reasons, but from a strict, like, this is incredibly fun to play the battles in mode, like, this faction is so cool. It's got all these great people in it, and, you know, the quick Yuan Bai possibility pickup, so good. But really, man, the engineers, I just feel like the ceiling on them is so high. They're really good. They're really, really good. They remind me of like a Warhammer unit. Don't nerf them. I want to play this faction again. Native hardcore stuff. Yeah, I tried everything I could think of to get him to force fire at the wall. We put him there, just sitting in front of it with melee mode off. We tried to hit control, right, like how you can force fire for artillery on a spot. But that didn't work. But yeah, everything we did led them to climbing the wall, unless there were people on top of the wall, and then they tried to satchel the infantry. Say before I start my next campaign fighting some invaded version. That would be super cool. Yeah, my vacation's almost over, but I'd be happy to, you know, spin up a campaign or whatever.
悉心节欲，待时而发。
Don't know. It's like I don't have a good way to contact me because I'm a big weirdo. Like I need to, like, yes, but I need to. I'm like, do I have an email address? I'm like, can I share that one in public? It's got my name in it. No, I mean I have one for this too, but no, Or do you have like a publicly available Discord in the mod thing or whatever? Because I could find that and hip you up through that if that would be convenient. In spite of streaming and stuff, I'm not a very online person. I don't use a smartphone or anything. So I frequently don't have like good ways to be contacted. You know, purposefully aloof, that's my goal in life. And we've got a few spies in Wei. Well, not anymore. They got popped, didn't they? Yeah, we don't have any more spies over there. Well, I wanted Sima Yi to join me, but he got so happy with Cao Cao. I think, so we had him as a spy because he just came out and he was mad because he didn't have a job. And then Cao Cao became a king and got the emperor's seat, and then I think gave him a job, and then everybody got happier. Fei Zhan is asking us to defend the kingdom of Song. Yuan Shao, you're attacking me? How could you? I'm surprised. It's hurtful is what it is. You think you know a guy. We were in a coalition, Yuan Shao. We were in a coalition together. You saying you were a little petty king made me feel like I could say I was a little petty king. You think you know a guy. Discord, awesome. I will contact you through that. Probably, you know, like in the hours of tonight or whatever. But yeah, awesome. And also, what a tremendous honor. Thank you. That's it's very flattering for you to offer, and I'd be interested in doing it. And now we've got to defend. Oh yeah, because now all of his coalition is declaring war against me, which is making me look very good for all of my boys.
那就如此吧，这是我方提案。我们的对话结束了，意下如何？
this goes on for much longer, and some of my vassals are actually like me.
我们的对话
Because the thing with
结
Liu
束
Bei is like if
来说说你
he'll
怎么
like
想的吧
leave you if there's overwhelming strength next to him, but just because he's like a duke doesn't mean he's gonna do it. And he really likes me. It's all of Yuan Shao's vassals. Oh, okay.
任务完成。
Oh, because they're not part of the declaration. They have to do it individually. Yeah. Or you mean tester as well? Yes. All right. Feign defensive inactivity. How dare you? A scheme of cunning and audacity designed to disrupt the unwary. Cao Kai is born, and Zhuge Xun and Guan Yunping have a daughter, Hazor, Zhuge Riping. All of these names are impossible for me to say, but I'm doing my best. Yes. The real north for south. The beginning of the beginning. Oh, Xiahou Dun. Xiahou Dun. Look at you, but now we need to get an army over here.
我已准备好作战了。威加海内，乱世遂定。力求上进。
But whom? I think what we do is drop these multi-bolts so that we can move. Nah, we'll be able to get there in time. It's fine.
振作起来！
Yeah, we just go up the river this way. If he wants to make his way across, it's still a little bit of time. Yalu's here. She's our special girl. Like we love Yalu in this house. We're a big celebrator of her career. You know, her first record, that's a good one. You know, but all the little EPs, the cover records that she does too. Yalu's an artist, and we love her. You know, because the thing is Liu Bei, his armies aren't that good, but they are right here, and we know where Song is. Song is here. Song has like 5 armies over here. It takes so absolutely stinking long to get back over there. Oh, and the Korean king is at war with him and giving him a big headache over here too. So yeah, so he's not ready for this nonsense.
朕已阐明天意。
But of course, at least Cao Cao is at war with the kingdom of Song as well. You know, it's a real 3 kingdoms battlefield. Love is not a battlefield, but China is a battlefield. Bonus there. Don't care about you as a hostage thing. Or actually, I'm like, can we... I'm like, is there anybody... Actually, Yuan Shu likes us now, right? So maybe our best scroll will have to wait. I bet his air is bad. Let's take him anyway, because this dude's next to us and he hates us, and this will help him like us a little better. Industrial economy focus, glorious. Oh, it's 200 from industry. This is we're gonna see what kind of numbers we can get. 3K more there. Of course, we know that it's always gonna go up, but yeah, with this one active Luke, 12K. That's a lot of K. That is so many K. Beautiful. Sister, she likes us last I checked. No, she's mad at me again. Oh, probably for... whatever. But you know, we're still in a coalition with her. A coalition that does make the South over here, you know, because really, with the Wu and you know, Xu Jing, I guess, is what Liu Bei is calling himself right now, right? You know, the Marquis of Xu Jing. No, he's just a regular Marquis. He's just Marquis Liu Bei right now. States forming an empire. Last I checked, definitely no, but it would be cool if they would. Alright, Humao would do it, but nobody else. Which, I mean, you'd think they would all want it, right? I mean, like, I would share my money. Y'all, I would share my money with you. So, like, we don't have anybody that can do a filial and then corrupt because they're all doing commerce stuff. You know, we got Liu Yao, but now I'm thinking, we'll just let him go because he's upset and that makes me annoyed. I don't like it when our people aren't happy. I'm like, why won't you love me? Oh, wow, yeah, everybody's super mad. They've all been leveling up and now they're flipping out. You know, you're the chief of records and you're the fly and swallow general, you know. Anyway, since we're pretending to be the Han, we're also just being menaces. This guy, we don't need him. It's like we gotta stop sending people on assignment so they'll stop leveling up. So that they'll stop being, you know, at that point, you know, just fire them, right? But I can't help but think that if we just, like, can get our act together, then satisfaction will get better. Just gave me an idea for the faction council. Oh, fun! Also, so the only criticism I have of the way this faction plays is that if you're like, if you're a distant family member or whatever, or like I guess like that family's so restrictive, and I was hoping for more of like a Vin Diesel thing, you know, like when you're here, your family, because I guess it's good because it's like, you know, it's all about the children coming in and you don't want more of the people, so maybe that's what it is, but it's like, it's annoying when you can't marry anybody into the family because they're related to you, but you still get the malice for them not being in the Wu family, as I guess. But, you know, if they're not a close family member, I guess that is what it's about. No more 3-year-olds. Oh, no! Alright, now it's time to go to war. And here we're going to send Auntie Wu up the river to take this port. Yes, that's exactly what we're going to do. Xiahou Dun's on the river. He looks bankrupt. Couldn't be me. We're just going to very aggressively jump on the river and then pop off here. You know, we've got all the reinforcements we need, so we're just gonna go for it. We're gonna be heroes for just one day. Beautiful gets up there. Landfall there, and then on this front, we just hit him on the river. Yeah. He'll probably run, but that'll also make him too far away for anything else. We might be able to catch him too, because I mean he's just got 2 stacks. That's a classic example of when you get somebody on the river. My only regret is that this wasn't the Ling family, because that guy's like a boaty guy. So you could really roll individual council spots. That would be awesome. Yeah. Indeed. You know, because there's plenty of finance pirate raids. Xiahou Dun, well, you know, you and your brother might be my most executed dudes. For all that I played you in the video game, no, I played Xiahou Yun in the video game because my friend who owned the game played Xiahou Dun most of the time. And then, because you didn't unlock Zhu Chu at the beginning, right? In Dynasty Warriors, that's the video game that I mean. You didn't unlock Zhu Chu in the beginning of the campaign. You had to wait, so I had to, you know, to get my guy. But you know, why are we acting like we're not gonna kill him? We're obviously gonna kill him.
他们就该是如此下场。讨平乱贼，澄清四海。看到众人汇集于此，我心甚慰。
I bet he didn't even really eat his eye.
拿起武器。
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take that away from him. I bet he did. No, that was rude of me. And we're just going to spin up an army here in the north here. Which army? Oh, of course, the army of Cao Ren. Now, Zhang Ba doesn't need to be in this army, strictly speaking, because, I mean, he was good. He was the one, you know, that we believed in for it. But, you know, wouldn't getting Guan Yinping in the field be cooler? Now, Zhang Zhuer is probably a spy. Yeah, so we'll just bring the lady. We were gonna marry. Yeah, we were gonna marry her to Sima Yi, and he was gonna be so happy. But that isn't how the cookie crumbled. She's got set on guard. Yep, we're good. And Guan Yinping, how about a nice tribal recurve bow? Wouldn't that go a treat? And now they can be some archers, and you know, we'll posture up this way and see what's going on in the event that this guy thought he was going to move in. Now he won't be thinking that anymore. No siree. Cycle from pirates sounds like in your treasury. That would be indeed the coolest thing, because, you know, for all that I'll hit the little escape thing a few times. Whenever I do it, I'm like, this doesn't feel like I'm being a good person. That's putting it a little strong. I never feel like I'm being a good person when I play this game. I'm taking over China. Hot take, but if you're taking over a whole country that didn't used to be yours, and you're using armies doing it, and millions of people die, super hot. Alright, what we need to do is cancel the commerce assignments because they don't matter, and roll those fools into filial and incorrupt. That's what we need to do. Oh, this place, this isn't even its final form. Alright, so, because, well, they fell off. I think they were on before. Yeah, so, when those go on, it'll go even higher. Yeah. Because it's listed at 12k now, but that's without another 150% on. This place, you know, can't believe I'm going to say it, but pretty good. Pretty good. Can we afford to go Imperial here as well? It's only 12 more. We'd be right at the edge on it. Why not? I always have too much food. Why not just enough food? Isn't that a more respectable thing? I'm so rich. Yeah, it's the food one there. This place, we don't need the industry. I mean, we don't really need the money either. But yeah, we'll drop the industry one to get a multiplicative food one. All right. We need to. We're just gonna. Oh, we need to get her at 100 satisfaction, or the fact that she's here and relatively happy won't matter. We're gonna name her General-in-Chief, which is a total ridiculous thing because we're not gonna give her an army at all. But again, this is not a roleplay campaign. We're giving her the "don't be a spy, I want to use you for 2 battles before the end of it" thing. Speaking of 2 battles before the end of it, when are we gonna play? When are we gonna play our boys in Shuhan again, I wonder? Oh, there's a road here. Where we're going, we could use a road. A road would be good. Where we're going, a road would be good. Should be applied to anyone who's considered family. Yes, that is not properly the case. Because depending on how you define family, right? So the best example, right, would be, so we've got in our family tree, right? So Wu Fen, say, marries Tong Jia, right? And then so you would think, I would think that the other Tong people in our faction would be like happy. Did we already fire her brother, actually? All right, terrible example because we fired her brother because he wasn't happy. The Zhuge family, that'll be somebody who's got it. Or did we fire those people too? Yeah. So Zhuge Fu is married. She's part of the ruling family, yeah. So she gets the debuff, not family member of Wu. And then we look at her family tree, and she is... Oh, right, no, she's not a family member. She got the diplomatic marriage, but because she's, like, in a ruling family, we can't get them into ours. That's a bad example. Let me find one. I didn't know I was going to be tested today. I'm like, all right, who are the people in our family married to? Let's start there. Jeez. Yeah, the Zhuge family, but like I was saying, we fired a lot of them while you weren't around. Yeah, so she's married to a Wu person, right? Zhuge Pian married directly to Wu Ji, but then we look at Zhuge Jun, who's part of the ruling family, but not a part of the family of Wu. And then, yeah, so there we go. There's our example thing. Because, of course, he's, you know... I would consider, like, the brother-in-law to be, you know, part of the crew. But I guess, yeah, but yeah. Alright, cool. I found one. I did my good deed today. You're supposed to do 1 good thing a day. You don't have to do 2. No one's allowed to ask you to do 2. You might think, is that what they teach you in the Boy Scouts? Well, it's what I learned. 1 good deed a day. Alright, and now we... Did you try to think? Oh, okay, yeah. There we go. Huzzah. Now, what do we want here? We don't need the armies and the mustering things anymore at all. We could, you know... Yeah, let's go for the military supplies, right? You know, now that that's what matters to us. Because we've already got our assignments, and the green tree's fine. It's just money and a little bit of food at this point. We could get more money, but, you know, I think, yeah, let's, the supplies, well, because we're about to be going far from home, but, I mean, it's not likely to matter too much. We'll do it anyway. We're, well, for, you know, a little bit of roleplay, right, you know, because we're, now that we are actually leaving where we're from, we do need to worry more about the supplies, so there we go. There we go. I mean, ain't it just beautiful? I mean, not all that red. But before we decided we should be king and that it would be good to be the king, you know, the map was a lot bluer up there and greener around here. But isn't it just nice? We got our little coalition going on, you know. And I mean, look, the Nanmen are like totally on the back foot, right? I mean, not all of them. Wutagu works for me, and you know, and that's working out well for him. You love to see it. You love to see just a nice unified South going on. You never see it, right? It's always yellow turbans and unhappy folk. Oh, another thing I did notice, so with the Wu engineers, I hesitate to say anything because it's amazing, but you know, in the spirit of honesty. So the Wu engineers, if you're in a, this may be intended, but I doubt it. If you have the red building that improves tower projectiles, if you're in a commandery that's your enemies, and you're like besieging them or having a battle there, and they have that red building, it improves your own towers when you drop them with the Wu engineers. So, like, you know, the big fire shot ones with the huge range in there, once we dropped a couple in, and then those towers were boosted from, you know, being boosted from your own ability seems logical and awesome, right? But, yeah. Bum, bum, bum. But I've said it a few times, but I don't know if you've heard it. But this faction is amazing. I love it so much. Great characters. Starting out here, it's like it's a bit of a Thunderdome. Reminds me of like a modern Lustria playthrough to my Warhammer fans out there. Question if there's anything about that one. Yeah, it may well be, because generally when you attack in the siege battle specifically, it wouldn't let you build a tower, but don't take that ability away on sieges, because otherwise I won't be able to win the game anymore. I'm so bad. Liu Ji? Not my Liu Ji. This is Liu Ji. Not fixed, sadly. Fair enough. Yeah, I looked at it with like a cheerfulness, right? Because these towers are the coolest thing, and I'm always like forgetting to throw the oil on them and get 500 kills like I did once. So them being super cool sometimes, it's just my jam, right? I love the idea of rolling in with the siege tower and putting up this awesome tower right inside the walls and then just laying waste. Like, it's great. Because I've watched like 5,000 hours of Warcraft 3 in my time. I never played it, but I watched a ton of Warcraft 3 play. So like the classic tower rush, you know, it just reminds me of doing that. I'm like, oh look, they got inside. Gongsun Zhu, you are almost certainly a spy. Well, no, you're Gongsun Zan's kid, which means you are not a spy. Oh, nope, you are a spy. You bounced around for a little bit. Oh, what are other things that I've noticed? Live bug report. On the faction select screen at the beginning, if you mouse over Zheng He in Han Fu's thing, it calls him a vanguard and has him labeled as Zheng Heng, H-E-N-G, and not as Zheng He. I noticed that. I haven't played Han Fu. I was going to, but I played this instead. I don't know anything about the Han Fu faction. I didn't know anything about this one, but this is the coolest faction, so I'm super glad we played this one. Speaking of playing this one, does this place have an admin? Nope. Well, then we're just gonna roll on in. Yeah, we're just gonna... Yeah. Alright, he uses most of his movement to get here. Yeah, because we were like, let's go, right? But this fool got thoroughly out-tempoed here. We gave him a whole year. We waited for the spring. We didn't invade in the winter like I totally could have gotten away with doing, okay? Like, I mean, this is like this is probably like 6 seasons, actually, because I think it was in spring of 2010. I'm always doing this. Of 210, yes. 1800 years in the future, when the Three Kingdoms era finally kicked off, whenever I was able to get the prestige. You know, the whole world is the Wu family at this point. I play Total War Rome, and you can do it in 3K instead. One day I'm gonna play Total War Rome, I swear I will. Not swear, that's putting it a little bit strongly. I probably will. Yeah, that threatens them over here. Cao Ren's army. Yeah, we're just gonna hang out here. We'll go and pop them before too long. I ain't too proud. And this is, you know, just a miniature garrison. Can't even have the fun of bullying it. I play till you can 3K instead of horde. I love a horde army. I love a horde army. All of my very favorite Warhammer campaigns, most of my very favorite Warhammer campaigns, involve a horde army. Some of them are being Yuan Bo. But yeah, I would 1,000,000% play a horde faction, no doubt. I frequently, whenever I select a faction, the first thing I think is, can I migrate this faction somewhere different that's slightly better? Like, every time when I was looking at the map for the South, I was like, can I get these people over to Taiwan? Can I get them over here to Yizhou and just have a party and live over here and be the happiest boy in the world? Is it possible? Thematic factions are like a mock war next. I mean, awesome, awesome, so cool. I am excited to see it. All right. Filial and Corrupt. Now, for Filial and Corrupt rolling, we don't... I was like, oh, it's just him that had it. Okay, that's fine. I'm like, the thing is you don't want to do all of them at one time. That's a mistake. I've done it before. If you've got like 5 people with it and you realize you need satisfaction, you still want to stagger them by one turn, because you don't want all of them to expire on one turn. And then you're going to wake up and be like, wait, how did I get here? What have I done? What sort of people are these? Oh, this guy, we finally get a surplus distribution. Which, you know, we trade reserves for pop growth. Very nice. That guy, that's a good ability for our faction where we have all of our reserves. I'm a reserves guy, right? Oh, yeah. Young down there. We'll wait one turn for him to go on his white eyebrows. We'll never, ever, ever, ever get into a fight because he'll be doing Filial and Corrupt. The fate of many a good character in this game. Like, what's my job? Oh, you passed the butter. And then we roll in Zhongba's provisions assignment here. Boom. And we'll be ready to roll in no time. We don't need to be taxing these people. This is my favorite thing to do in the game. It's also very fun in like a funny kind of way, but like it's practical, even though our public order's fine. It's like we go in and then we just tear down the tax building and we're like, all right, remittance on taxes for a little while, but guys, don't y'all worry about the taxes or nothing. We're going to be all right on that. Which, I mean, is great too, because it is absolutely what happened in period, and, I mean, for many thousands of years, right? You know, you go in, the populace welcomes you with relatively open, relatively arms, and then you're like, you know what? Don't pay taxes for a little while. I realize that some of this is on fire. It's probably because I left fire arrows turned on. Chua! He's doing his Al Pacino here.
进攻！给我杀！
向世人宣告我军大业。
前进。
But hopefully Cao Long will be able to get to the Emperor's seat here to defend it. Because it's always so underwhelming when you make a drive for it and then they just, like, leave. That doesn't happen all the time. Who was that miner dude? One of the Zhongs, right? Was it Zhongjin in that playthrough forever ago, and his seat was at Ba, and then we, like, came over here. Was that Liu Biao campaign? I think so. So cities, but you have horde buildings attached to armies. Provide income and bonus to the army. That's so cool. Like a Grom the Punch type of thing. No, putting it a little strongly, but yeah. Because, like, horde building plus regular buildings, you know, that's awesome. That's a great... It's a great idea. Can't wait, because I don't remember if that's what I asked whenever I learned that we had, like, the horse factions in here, the tribes of the north, which I have not played yet. I was meaning to, but, you know, like, a finite amount of time, right? It's terrible being locked into this, like, corporeal plane of existence, because if I had infinite time, or, sorry, that would be too much. If I had near infinite time, then I could do so many other activities, right? And yet I find myself with rather less than infinite time, actually nowhere close to infinite time, the limit not approaching it at all, which is, you know, by turns devastating and supremely acceptable. No one told me I would be able to play all the games in my Steam library after all. Speaking of, it was Humble Bundle drop day. There were some games I never heard of, and some that I had. I don't know if I'm going to play any of them immediately. Too many new factions. Well, I will. So, one, if you'll allow me to just compliment you for a second, one of the amazing things about this mod pack to me, because I played like expansion, map expansions and stuff in Total Wars, Warhammer, so that's like my frame of reference, is how unique and flavorful and like worth playing all these minor factions are. When there's like an unlocker and a minor faction thing in Warhammer, but if there was a guy like Wu Jing in there, it would be totally bare bones. You wouldn't have all this love poured into it. You wouldn't have the coolest unit in the game in it. You know, like, it would just be like, there's a different place for you to be. It's just so cool. I bet all the factions do take a lot of work since they, doing a better job than the real game. Just a wonderful experience. Your first 190+ campaign was going well. You know, you gotta dance with the ones that wrong you got. It's surprising to me in retrospect that I didn't pick Liu Bei, but I think it was that we're gonna stand still and get wounded. Oh no. Next thing still is the 4 slots. Dude. Oh, I cannot. That. Who among us has not desperately desired to be able to get friendly recruitment of, say, whatever that dang crossbow is from Yuan Shao? Amazing. So cool. Very excited. Alright. If we don't give anybody this elephant, we're never going to give anybody this elephant. Is it important that we give somebody this elephant? I mean, we can just give it to him. Armor's fine. And he gets faster. You know, let's just give him the elephant and see how it goes. He does get speed, and that is very good for elephant, taking him up to 70. And of course, he's red, so the final rush will get there. You know what? We'll just try it out. I know he's not like my typical elephant guy, but why don't we just give it a chance? We'll give him General of the Left to increase his speed even further.
大人有何贵干？
She'll be the general of the front. They're married to each other, of course. And she'll just keep on being modest. If we marry her and we get... Oh, we need to... I'm like, Gan Ning, are you married to anybody? Oh, we married you into the Wu family. Of course we did. Well, I think actually it's time for Zhu Kun to get a different wife. Well, you know, no, it's... Yeah. You know, it's China. What are you gonna do? Because 10 satisfaction for her husband's faction is indeed very good. So we're just gonna get her married in. If you want every single unique unit blade, just play it and win with them. You know, I did not know that that was possible. I might have read it, but that's very cool. But yeah, I will try to ally the whole map. I've always wanted to be friends with everybody. I lie. Alright, Shukun. Liu Fei, you were a very good wife and all. And Liu Fei, we love Liu Fei here, right? We love Liu Fei. She's one of our girls, but we love faction-wide benefits even more. And you know, how proper... She's like, look, I'm gonna marry the boy who's gonna run all this. The boy, I mean, my man is like 45 years old now, right? It's like, I don't care, Lady Wu, if you don't want me to marry your son. I'll find somebody who wants me. Yeah, he's 43, but you know, hey. And then that'll make people happier. And we're down to only 14 non-family members from all the ones that we fired. So that's good. Or, well, we also got more family members because it counteracts it, you know. You just got to be able to get the most family members. Alright, we've already done all this. Gan Ning, we need to get you into an army. She's our bandit queen. And hey, let's get White Eyebrows out here, right? We were going to do a filial and incorrupt, but now that we got that marriage, let's get old White Eyebrows out here. Clearing Corsairs. So these are the guys with poison weapons. We'll keep one of them. The Daredevils, we'll keep one of them too. Merc Archers are fine-ish. We just need to get a couple engineers. 2's enough. And then 2 hidden axes. Clean. And then a couple of the spear guards. Don't need her to have cav at all. I mean, actually, though. Yeah, no, we'll just... Yeah, cataphract there. We don't need it here. We can get a couple proper stabbies for it. I'm just making another template army at this point. It's fine. I know what I like. It's a whole bunch of crossbows. Instead of just have to do patch notes from what's worth. Oh no, you know that's the hard thing. I've been doing lots of brainstorming for the Chronicle of Liu Chong. Have I written an actual word for it? No, but I've been thinking about it. And as a bad poet, let me tell you, thinking is like 80% of writing a poem. So, you know. So that's good. 80% of the way there. Of course, alright, now, these guys all like us now. I'm like, we have an undefended frontier, but that's not true. We have a network of vassals who love us on the frontier. It's our girl! Look, everybody! She's here! She's the chief smuggler! I knew she would be in charge of smuggling one day. Ah, Lucci. You know, we may not get you as part of this campaign, but see, you probably saw me just looking. I'm like, well, after all, why shouldn't I break my word? I mean, for Liu Ji of all people. I mean, I'm not just gonna like force annex a thing for nothing, but I mean, these looters are my fault, I'm pretty sure. I didn't realize the place that I was doing the looters to is the one that I was currently besieging, and then I just left them. Hey, John. Yeah, I didn't look much at his faction whenever I was looking at things here. He was sort of too much in this direction. Because I was thinking Wu Jing and then also Zulong, because I wanted to play over around down here just to see what it sort of felt like and stuff. And Zulong has Zuting, who we have used in battle maybe one time. The point is that I like her. She's a champion. I love a champion. And she's got the old flower on the battlefield, which is, you know, very, very good. Let's try this one. Results. Bum bum.
定筹壮志.
Before here, I'm like, why? Oh, because, you know, because this is a granary, not a multiplication building. Yeah, we'll drop commerce here. Because, of course, the real truth of these conquests is getting food out of them is fine. But, you know, holding on to them abstractly, you know, it's, we're moving on it, you know, we're moving on through. Clearly, Cao Cao is not going to be too much longer for this world. You know, these four armies here represent quite the ability to solve a problem, right? He's using Zhang Shuer's weapon right now because I think she's a spy. We'll give it back to her if she's ever not a spy.
折而不摧.
Yeah, everybody always hates that dude. I'm like, man, got a personality like me. Luo Tong. Sad. Why couldn't you have followed your old man here? Oh, he would have been part of the land. That's right. That's how it goes when the faction is eliminated. Which, talk about a great change, right? Talk about the best change is being able to get the royal, the aristocratic families of the location afterward. Because it's just so good. And here, you know, if we were playing more of a roleplay campaign, right, this would absolutely probably be a thing we would take. Because he wasn't our vassal for very long. And, you know, he would have been like, hey, look, I know that you're mad and that it looks bad, but seriously, if you're going to be a king, why can't I be a king? Let's just be cool, you know? And he sends you all this money. But that's not how this story is going. I always tell people I'm not good with recognizing faces, and it's even true, but I can see Lu Ji's face on this map, the size of, you know, the nail on my pinky finger, and be like, that's my girl, I know you.
朋友，看看这个，足下才智与我暗合。
So Liu Shang is coming home, you know, but unironically, yes, you know, this is how the world should be, right? Hey, you know, he said, I know you guys care about family, I care about family too. Do you want to finance a sweet army and bring me home to Chen? And we're like, yeah, sure, bet. Zhang Shuer has emerged as a spy and defected back, you know. We knew she was a spy. We got the best benefit by stealing her weapon and borrowing her weapon and by marrying her into our faction. The computer, like, never divorces, right? I don't think they ever divorce. So we will still have... You know, Ling Tong will always remember the brief period of time when he hung out with his wife. But yeah, because, yeah, we still get that charge bonus forever, so... A great spy pickup is our girl there. And I know this guy's like thinking, what happened to the last spies you sent over here? Don't ask. That's really rude. I can't believe you're trying to make me remember what happened to those spies. It was terrible. I mean, it was a tragedy. I mean, yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do? If we do confederate, then we can finally reunite Chupan with his boss. Exactly! His beloved boss is out there bossing around Sun Quan. Who, you know, maybe that was it. Maybe Commander Lu was telling Lady Wu that Lady Boo was not the right person for her son, right? She was poisoning the mind of the Lady Wu against our girl. Who, after all, just wants to be a hero and, you know, bring satisfaction and honor to us all. Which army is she in? This one. No. She's in one of these armies. Here we go. She's modest. But, you know, this is a great pickup for a spouse, right? Oh, it's public order when she's the spouse thing and satisfaction only if she's in charge. Well, still very good. And she gets retinue upkeep, you know, you can't shake a stick at retinue upkeep. That's a great effect. Let's get her to this Imperial bow. That'll please her. And they can... Well, no, we don't need Gia the Imperial Guard there. We just need something with stats because he... Oh no, this gives us the bonus for the army, so that stays on him even though he is the man on the elephant.
听我怒吼！
Industrial cargo port. What's ours now? Oh, you know, -50. That's practically a yes. Admin hits level 7. Beautiful. And she's condemned to also always use the, you know, the surplus markets. We can give it to somebody else, but, you know, sometimes people will just do an assignment all game long and make you a ton of money and let your other stuff happen, you know. And she's like, she's a nice generic and all. She's renowned through her home region, you know. But the real thing she's renowned for is having grown up to marry the noble Cao Ren into the family. Oh, this is Zhu Kun's daughter. You know, he did divorce her mother. Well, not really. You know, it's China. What are you gonna do?
为了将来的日子，
聚气凝神，不要分心。
Crucially, it does look like Sawang is going to get home in time to defend the city. So we're gonna get to have a big, a beautiful, a knockdown drag out there.
展示我等的力量吧。
They don't have an admin for the Imperial City. Iconic. You know, they're clearly trying to get their act together. Is Cao Cao even in the field? It's possible that he lost somewhere. Haven't seen hide nor hair of him in ages and ages. But of course, he's also across the river here. Hardly where he wants to be. I mean, however, spitting distance of the Emperor's seat. I guess if you're an emperor and you have a vassal with no land, this is a good setup too. Be better if they were in the empire with no land, because then they would be able to just hang out there and get the money. Love that guy's hat. It's a nice hat. Brothers still together at this time of the playthrough. Zhang Fei still with G Militia at this time of the playthrough. Paying 90 for G Militia. Yikes. Well, hey, you know, the cataphracts are 127 in his retinue. And he's paying 90 for G Militia. He must have a trait that increases the cost of militia or something in his thing. I haven't played with them in this pack yet. He pays me for militia. Okay, there you go. Because I know their faction benefits militia, although, like I said, I haven't played. I mean, they were the very first faction I played. I love those guys. Guan Yu's like my very favorite dude. I do a little bow to him when I see him on the wall of a Chinese restaurant. It sounds like I'm doing a bit when I say that, but you do see him on the wall of Chinese restaurants a lot. I don't know if they do that in China, but they definitely do that in Arkansas. But they were the very first faction I played in vanilla, and then we played them once in Make Them Unique as well, and we did like a migration campaign to Shu, which is one of my very favorite campaigns ever. But, you know, I wanted to see the things that we hadn't seen before. I never played the Liu Biao in the original, that's why I played it. And then after seeing what we'd seen before, I was like, well, now I want to play Lu Bu and Zhong Xiong, because they're like some big favorites of me too, but I loved them too. Man, the bandits are such a joy to play. They're really something. All right, Yalu's here. Liu Jun is bankrupt, probably. I mean, he's morally bankrupt. Boom, got him. Oh, look at that. Yeah, he is bankrupt. We're just gonna roll on in and take it, right? Have I played Matong and Gunsuzan? Not in this pack, but I have played Matong and Vanilla, I think? We definitely played Matong before. I think he was in Vanilla, and Gongsun Zan, if memory serves, was the last faction we played under Make Them Unique. But I have played them before, but not recently. In 190 Expanded, it's just, you know, we played the Turbans right before this, and we played Liu Biao first, and then Lu Bu, and then Zheng Xiong, and then Liu Chong, and then this one. So I guess it's the fifth one. Yes, the reliable old stuff rolling in here. We are just rolling in the prestige. We don't... It's like if we put somebody running this place, it would really just be to have a defender. We don't really need that in the context of this campaign, right? Because as far as we're concerned, Yuan Shu loves us. And as far as he's concerned, he absolutely adores us. So, I mean, this man is not a worry. Yuan Shu is our best friend. He remembers all those weird times. But, you know, things are better now. If he's willing to do the liberation, he's probably almost willing to confederate, but no. Lady Wu is still negative 50. Feel like it was the same turn as when we looked before. Any vassals? Well, you know, actually, if we get him, we can just give him a bit of food. One bit would do it. Grain of symbolic millet. And, yeah, you know, what's not to like? Yeah, their unique cavalry is the standard. It's so hard for me not to use them if I have them in the bandit network because we're over there, or we're over there, or I think about like, well, I can just recruit an army over there, get their cavalry, and then move them over here. But I've been trying to use the local flavor, you know, in reasonable stuff. We really went heavy on the Marines in this. Oh, also other bug. I don't know if this is the way that it was intended to be or if it's the other way around, but it says the elite spears are available at rank 3 and the Marines are available at rank 6, but actually it is the other way around. And the Marines are available at 3. By the way, love both of these units. I kept saying that the Marines were bad because I'm so bad. Not like bad, but like I had an army with like 10 of them and I blundered them, and the whole time that I was blundering them, I'm like, these guys are bad, why do I have so many? But actually I think they're an awesome unit. But those elite spears are an amazing unit too, and I think competitive at the level 6 spot, especially because, you know, you can get them without being a champion, because like compared to a heavy spear guard, they're really quite good because they've got more evasion. You know, they sacrifice just a little bit of the shield, so I feel like they're very competitive for that spot. Just a great unit. They don't. I think I've said this before. Their unit card makes them look like the crummiest little dudes, and they're like big old beefy ballers. They're like the best dudes that you find that don't have a lofty name. Infantry at Jing Hu. And Auntie Wu here, 70 years old, still kicking. Let's give her a title, right? Why don't we just? The pacifier of the Han. Yeah, that's right. Is it practical? Doesn't matter. It's cool. Make her the general of the guards. Alright, Liu Shang is out marauding. We don't really need him here, right? Yeah. You know, he came and did his part. I was like, I feel like we just wanted to stiffen up the defense there. Here, so Liu Yan gets us the cool units, and we like him, and he's got Wisdom of the River, so totally worth doing, and then we just cataphract it up. Yep, clean. Infantry also normal spear guards. Yeah, but normal spear guards don't look like they're not so much of a much, right? Normal this unit card does be like, all right, this is a stalwart guy. They've got it going on, you know. And like, where do we have like? And wherever these unit cards are, they're just like, you know, I'm just a little dude. I just got this little shield. Don't hurt me. I'm just a little guy. I mean, there's plenty to be said for the different kinds of styles of shields and stuff, but you know, to the visual for like a spear guard, the bigger the shield, the guardier the spear guard, right? That's just obvious enough. It's relatively obvious. It's obvious we've been talking a lot. Like that's a problem, right? That's what we do. Alright, peasantry place, don't need it. We need a tool maker, right? So that we can upgrade some of our farms. That's not a thing we build here. That's a kind of minor settlement. None of these fools need to be there. Here we'll hit the mustard. Give him a job so we'll stop complaining. That won't stop him complaining. He'll actually complain more, but it's fine. The Spear Guard Militia from this unit. So they have like a bandit gang sort of analog in quality, I guess. It doesn't look exactly like the bandit gang, but it's I meant like the quality and sort of like that's what they remind me of in on the battlefield sort of thing. All right, so yeah, time to actually remember we're playing the game, not just talking the game. Nah, that's not fair. That's not fair. Talking is at least part of the fun of playing the game. At least part of it. Because honestly, if I wasn't like getting distracted all the time, these campaigns would be over too quickly. I would play too many of them. Lady Wu's moving up on the foe, you know. Cao Wang backs out, leaving Cao Jun, is that who that is? There, like, I recognize his face, he's in the family, but Zhong Kai is still running around for Yuan Shao there, love that for him. Kingdom of Song is just thinking, it never Liu Bei's on Song, right? It's always on Liu Bei. I think. We'll give it a second. The flags are stuck, so it's not, I think it's doing a lot of thinking. It's got a lot going on, right? Yep, there you go. Yeah, he's got a whole lot going on his thoughts. His land is expansive. He's got people all around, all of these threats he's trying to, you know, work with, but... You always seen it, Liu Bei on the man himself. Yeah, same. I was thinking. It's like, otherwise, you know, it always sort of solves itself. Because Liu Bei will be frozen, but you can click on the options and it doesn't do it. He had to do his 50 hours in 100 vessels, right? He had to do all of his assignments and think about his spying. He had to do all of his things. And 2, he's we have great visibility on him from the King of Korea here. But we happen to know from earlier, because we were in a coalition, where his armies are, which, like, so many of them, including the Imperial Army, they're all up here. They are all up here. For all we know, Liu Bei is going to bring his mighty militia, or, oh my god, does Kong Rong work for... I'm like, no, he's not at war with Song. I'm like, this would be hilarious. Kong Rong's like, actually... And yes, it is Cao Zhen and Dian Wei, who is not Wei Yan. No one thinks he is. Well, we just want to party just for you. Now, we don't have any Trebs here, because the Trebs are in the other army. So we're just going to have to settle for a large amount of multi-bolt crossbows, some of which have fire shots and some of which don't. But, you know, the Imperial Army will start off, because that's what's hot on the streets. You gotta show up with the Emperor. And it's about time for a big old brawl. And they have a lot of cavalry. Cavalry, real bad in a siege, right? It's not what you want.
为太平而战。走吧。
请下命令，向世人宣告我军大业。
一统天下。心境澄澈，天下庶几可定。
All right, we're all here. Now, obviously, this is a little bit of overkill. We could do this with 2 armies, probably not with 1. An Imperial garrison is pretty legit, and we don't have an Imperial garrison of our own. Of course, we do have, count them, 14, 15 multi-bolt crossbows here, so we might be able to see how good 15 multi-bolt crossbows can be.
吾等需巧施妙计，巧辩而胜。
今日集你我之力，同得一心。
What a good campaign. What a good campaign. The next time we do it, of course, we'll have to roleplay it a lot better, but the next time we do it, this campaign is gonna... This campaign was charmed this time, but next time we have a definitive plan for greatness. We're going to marry second best girl. Lu Ji, of course, is not possible on turn 1. She's not old enough, and we'd be at war there. But second best girl, Yuan Anyong, is going to be on our side. And these things have, like, no hit points, but they will shoot at you if you don't burn them down. Now they've got their big towers and everything, but we're just going to do what is always done and hang out on the side where our reinforcements are going to be. Now there's of course a little bit of rain, but you can't let that bother you. This is a little aggressive, but we have tons of reinforcements, so we're just going to be trying to, you know, turn it and burn it type of thing. We don't want to expose these guys too much. The thing about these spear guards is, you know, they don't have the vanguard like the other ones do, but it's all right. We're just gonna get moving on it. You know, we're gonna take the advantage of what we've got and just light up all of these fools. It may be raining here, but in our hearts, it's a sunny day. First thing up is the trebuchet. And we see that, you know, with the crossbows and all, you know, this was always the plan, right? We were gonna be able to take a lot of damage on the approach. Boom! Yeah, look, this, I wanted this to happen, right? But, you know, we got that bastion down, and there's still this bastion, which is shooting not at something productive, which is good. We need to shoot the fort tower. I feel that one does a lot of work. And here, you know, they're trying their best to burn this down. You know, this is clearly not what you're supposed to do in the rain. These armored archers are probably going to get lit up too. Look, this is messy and bad. We brought 4 armies for a reason, to have fun and be haphazard. You know, that's what we're going to do. We've got our towers on the outside here, and now the Wu engineers. We're just gonna go. We're gonna go for a wall breach here, right? That's what we're gonna do. And the line breakers are gonna follow up right in front of it, right? They're gonna try to be running in immediately. Speaking of, these spear guards are fleeing. That's okay. What are you gonna do, right? All right, show me the money. Show me the money. A little bit closer. And fire. Yes. Beautiful, is it not? Boom! Gorgeous. And then, right as the gate falls down, who's there to stand in the breach but Yuan Bai, threatening them all. With me running in haphazardly, that's not a good threat. Alright, you guys, it's time to go in. Not you Wu engineers, you're doing okay. There we go. Glorious! Alright, speaking of glorious, we really need to burn this down. The dudes didn't do any work there at all. It's not their fault. We're, you know, it's raining. Acting like it's not raining here. Oh, Yuan Bai immediately charges in and immediately falls off. That's okay. He's going to be set up for a very, very sweet poison volley shot down the line here. Gan Ning, not to be outdone, also immediately falls down. He's going to make a sweet hail of arrows there. Speaking of, it's time for all of these people to hopefully not... Yeah, let's unhorse here, right? Gan Ning has a sentinel here to kill. try to take the wall here. You know, when you bring too many troops, it doesn't matter that your cataphracts have been shot and that everything else is in shambles. Nothing matters, right? Anyone can see. Nothing really matters. We're gonna run up this way. Yeah, and Wu Jing, of course, gets the brakes beat off of him. Just a very devastating time for him. And then here we're fighting tiger cubs and fools, but the line breakers, you know, they're in their preferred environment. You want to duel me? Very well, I accept. I'm pretty sure we win without looking at what he's got going on. Yeah, oh, he had his 100 evasion on. So he was feeling brave. Oh yeah, speaking of feeling brave, Yuan Wei has charged out. He wants to duel Yuan Baihu? Yeah, very well, I accept. These guys started believing in their own legend a little bit. But speaking of their own legend, these guys... I'm like, somebody shoot the oil. Somebody hit the oil. Oh my goodness. I really wish someone would hit the oil. Do I not have anybody with arrows here? There we go. I'm like, we set up this amazing thing. All right, like all we need is one shot onto the oil. There we go. Gorgeous. Perfection. I think the oil's on fire. Well, they sure look like they're having a bad time. Peasant raiders rocking in here. Oh yeah, let's. Oh right, we were forgetting to help everybody. Hit a Wizard of the River on both of them. I mean, Yuan Baihu will be fine. I'm like, was he O-sworn there? It doesn't matter. Yuan Baihu will still be fine. He was indeed O-sworn. Yuan Baihu will be fine. Yuan Baihu has 93 evasion without anything bonused to him. He's just hanging out. Yuan Wei thinks he is the danger, but he is not. Alright, we have blundered all of our people into the front here. Did we even attack the gate? Please, guys. We sent him to attack the gate, but then I got distracted. A classic thing to do. The good news is that we have a very large amount of power once all this is done. And, you know, we've won a couple clutch duels here. And, fortunately, the fire did catch, and we did not send our strategist in alone. No. I'm like, whoever, I mean, it wasn't like basically done. It was like probably like 60% done, right? You know, we had beaten all the generals. We were inside. You know, the wall was breached. We were about to pour in. I feel, you know, it'd still be fun to do again. I just feel like we're probably going to take the auto, right? Because then I don't have to have any feelings at all, besides the ones I've already, you know, adapted to. Because at that point, you know, we clearly win, right? Yeah. But... And we're not blaming that on the mod at all. I used to crash like 18 times a day in vanilla. Machine's not too hot. Doesn't appear to be you know, rattling or anything. Anyway, pretty annoying stuff. Maybe my computer's maybe my computer's dying. I've only had it some 2 years now. I think a lot of the components are more expensive than when I bought it. No, I don't actually think it's dying. Right. Sometimes I just look into my reflection in the glass and say, "You're alive." All right, we're just gonna delegate it. Is what it is. You know. Yeah, you know, is what it is. That battle wouldn't have gone on too much longer. It wouldn't have gone on too much longer. And we're executing fools at this point in the campaign. That's how we roll. Emperor seat captured. Yes, thank you very much. The Kingdom of Wei. Yeah, some king. You want to play nice? Alright, there you go. Of course, it'll make everybody mad, but his schemes work in the real life. I mean, the alternative is to roll through his lands and leave him with less. I mean, if we... Are we angling to win this campaign tonight? Do we want this campaign to be over tonight? I guess is the question. Because we can just roll in. He isn't an emperor anymore, and he's kinda... He's probably a little broke, right? We know the commanderies he has. These are not rich lands abstractly, you know, compared to some things. And we just took this city, which would have been making him a fair bit of cash. Vassalizing Alex if we really want to get a thief spoon. Oh, yeah. But I don't even think we need that, because if we just vassalize him, then we just move through his lands, take the Emperor's seat here. Yeah. And it's like all the stuff he's already at war with.
请坐，来谈谈吧。
Alright, so.
吾等大业，天意所归。
为了天下苍生，这样行不通，尽情厮杀。
Alright, we're walking over the river and through the woods way because Runan blocks the movement. You know, whatever. We'll do it. It's an annoying place if you don't own the land.
心如止水，气聚神凝。
正气如火，熊熊不息。
Poison blades never miss.
挽弓欲射，则屏息凝神。
你要怎样？
秩序井然，则四海可定。
Yep, bottom to 11, then it's about to be winter, and then we'll just push right on up. Yep, nothing to Nothing to break our style, nothing to hold us down. No, no, we got to keep on moving. The noisy crickets here, love that item, fun stuff. Ma Teng has to join our coalition. Ma Teng, didn't you declare war on me like 4 days ago, bro?
如你所愿。
I mean, sure, it was probably on Fei John or something, but you know, it felt like me. Coalition Unified Land is actually a good name, especially for this playthrough, right? Look, if it hadn't been for Yuan Shao not wanting to be cool, like, I was unironically going to mind my own business in the South and do my thing. We were great. We had smashed the yellow turbans, the bandits, and unsavory neighbors who weren't good at playing music were out, you know, like, they weren't listening to those loud songs in the summertime anymore. And now this is happening. Yes, and then we'll get Euphilo by offering him some stuff I don't care about, like these things. You know, that makes Lady Wu mad at us. We kind of want her to be happy. The idea is that she'll, you know, want to be part of the crew, part of the ship before it's all said and done. Yuan Shao, you've got the... That doesn't make sense. It's fine. Now, this fool is out of position. This place is level 10. We hardly want to leave them here, alright? So... The winter's not really an obstacle to us because we've got our red buildings. We just move in here, reasoning that we don't have anybody to be afraid of in this land. They're all a bunch of amateurs. Get here with 1%.
怒吼吧！勇夺荣耀，拿起武器！ 有话快说。
Oh, he's at war with Lady Wu. Well, that makes sense. Well, you know, I guess we should be at war with him too, right? We're back to holding him accountable. Love it.
心怀荣耀，绝不留情。
They're all super beat up. Yeah, we just take this, and then Sun Tzu gets to help us in the
每
delegation.
打赢一场，天下就安定一分。不杀此等贼人，天理不容。我至此城，必使之日益英时。
Our girl gets Lucky Pearl. Hooray! Maybe we'll use her in one battle before it's all said and done. I mean, hey, if I wanted to use her, we should be playing Shuhan. No, we used her a fair bit and make them unique, but this is a different balancing, right? And then we get Deluge? No, River's better. We've already got Flaming Shot on the things that matter.
天下才能平定。向前进军。 我军所向披靡，释放怒火吧！ 大义将临，莫敢不从。百姓定会丹食湖江，夹道欢迎。
Still no coalition of oppose evil, indeed not. What we get.
正气如火，熊熊不息。
The old engineer, where is he? This was on the guy that was doing the thing. Very precise, I know. Does this affect these crossbow damage? We'll see. It does not. That is okay. Yeah, hardly need the jade statue of Confucius anymore, huh? All right. It's like the coalition of the white crane or whatever. That one, I like that one. That's a good one. But here we've got up to a but I think actually it's more than, I don't know, it might just be -12 from -12 non-family members, but I feel like we have more non-family members than that. Alright, so we need to deal with him, but Cao Wei now is, you know, he inherits our enemies-ish. Or rather, he keeps the ones he was already at war with if I was at war with them too.
一统天下，绝不留情。全军出击！
威加海内，乱世随定。这样行不通，向世人宣告我军大业。
吾等大业，天意所归。
But just ruling over him, you know, it's gonna be a brutal time through the Central Plains. The thing is, though, it's like it can feel sometimes when you're playing like the end game is over too quick. First of all, that's a player decision, right? You know, we get to choose how swiftly we move and consolidate how much we plan for the future and how much we go with it. But also, if you look at like a map of how dynastic struggles in China typically go in like the ends of war, so it's like it will be years and years and years of the same, and then in 1 year it's like, oh, what happened? Oh, Cao Cao got this, and then 2 years later it's like, oh yeah, and then he got everything else. So it's not really that out of bounds to be like, then they crossed the river and took everything. That is sort of how stuff goes, you know, because you either do it and win or lose. What we want to do is, yeah, no, we'll move through the mountains here. Absolutely, that'll be the way.
知道该走哪条路。
此举有失妥当。
We just need an army of reliable sorts to be here. But these days, you know, who's reliable? Who can you trust?
我的目标十分明确。
You're part of the family, Scion.
心
You're a
怀志
lady.
愿。全军听令。
They'll hold it down. Shields of ship. Okay, so these are oil arrows. If you're the defending alliance, you get these bonuses, but I can't imagine they would matter very much. But we'll get one of them to see, maybe we'll use them in a battle or something. Oil arrows sounds like maybe they're oil arrows, right? So they might be like the Defenders of Heaven thing with just less ammo, because you can get them earlier. And they also could be, something else. We'll see. We'll see which it is. This army is relatively unlikely to ever see combat, but that doesn't mean it won't happen. See how this one update one after that we focus on in-game content. Okay, cool. Yeah, I sort of trailed off there, but yeah, because the thing about Total War in general, as a game concept, I've only really had the Warhammer experience in this, is that if you are planning for what you're going to do at the end, when you get there, you are going to be immediately ready to do it, right? If your tech is going in a specific way because you know what you're going to get in 15 turns and that it's going to pop off, if your planning works out. Here, so like we could have waited for Cao Cao to consolidate some. We didn't know he was going to be the guy when we popped off. But you get access to these amazing units and all this cool stuff, but it does feel like, well, the real thing, and I think what happens to me, is because you get good replenishment, as the game goes on, and then when you get into the end game units, they show up so much better in auto resolve. I think the real problem is because I can afford more armies and my units are better, I just don't do the battles even though I should. So it's a me thing. Because a war ending in 1 year, if you brought 12 armies in 4 different spots, is hardly a flaw in the game system, right? That's you spearheading a push that the computer's never going to be able to deal with, right? If you bring 4 armies to 3 places, they're never going to deal with that. The worst they can do is night battle you off, and then, and then what? You have some 1v1s? Seems bad. More ways to win. That is awesome. I love that. It does feel very much like everybody's goals are the same, right? I love a win overhaul. Alright, so Cao Cao here is... Where is the big guy? We still don't have eyes on him. Yeah, and look at Song, right? Song has armies over here. And all of these armies are... I mean, he's got some armies over here. I'm like, no. It's like the bulk of his forces, though, are trying to march home right here. So they're probably right here right now. Which means they should show up right in time for a big old knockdown drag out. If I will shut up and start going. Let's go. Like, we don't really need to worry about any of the internal management anymore. Which is a shame, too, because, you get a couple of wonderful years of it, and then you're like, alright, I guess we just won't worry about the assignments for a couple years. Game's gonna be over soon. But, again, that's my fault. I could get the Curse of the Yellow River again. What a great narrative hook that was for so many... Because if you make yourself say, I don't want to put myself in a position to lose, you got to treat yourself like you're the person in charge and not like you're the player who knows you can win, right? In-game crisis type stuff. Oh, cool. Zombie raids controllable through... Awesome. I'm like, this is what we need. Something to annoy people in the north. I'm like, who's reliable enough to be this place's admin? It's not even about bringing their army here, you know, it's a very prestigious thing. Who's in the family that doesn't have it? Not Auntie Wu, she's old. We could do him, you know, the Rui, they're, you know, this is a plum position for a loyal servant of the house. And here, if he hits us, we retreat over, and it'll probably be fine, you know. He may not go at all. I mean, you know, we'll see what happens. I mean, if this army gets popped, then... I mean, honestly, dropping it would probably be okay here. Nah, it's fine. We'll just roll with it. What are you gonna do, right? Be aggressive, be aggressive. Because everybody else is on assignment here. The only available assignments are these few. Speaking of... that means he should... hit us with the increased provisions. Liu Yu has so many assignments available. It's good stuff. We'll counter-espionage. And Nonman. I almost played Nonman instead of Yellow Turbans. I'm like, what are we even doing here? We're just doing our thing. It's fine. Building buildings is good, and stopping building them is not good. Get some more food going and keep it rolling. Granaries for the Imperial City. Rather, for that Imperial City. This Imperial City is still Imperialing. Let's force build there so we can go for the palace. And then I guess a fine school, you know, a center of learning for the city is nice. And then like a fine Confucian temple. Yeah, because at this point it's just about showing off here in the capital. 3 million people living here in the mountains, you know. We only have, well, 28 millions. It's not so bad. I mean, we inherited a few 100,000, a few million citizens in these places. Nothing to write home about entirely, but not too shabby, you know. We're just gonna go ahead and set something there, even though we shouldn't need it since we're friends. But here, the winter will be over. We'll move into this area, get the supplies, and then hit a march up here. We'll take Pengcheng. Roll on up, take Lucian. You're gonna offer to assist us in our war against him? Yeah, of course. He's like, I want to pay you 20,000 to fight Hongzhu. Ooh, I hate Hongzhu. Ooh, I hate that guy. And I'm like, this is realistic, right? Yeah, yeah. This one's realistic. Because the Huang family was always, you know, getting their Let's see, games, you know, so not be like warfare based, but some be like war based. Okay, cool. You You think I'm gonna be defeated? Cause our armies are beat up? Okay. I tell you what's really gonna happen. Alright, so Gan Ning's gonna go out and he's gonna shoot him in the face. Yeah. Do something easy. Do something impossible. Do something you already did 50 turns ago. Beat the game. Yeah. Yeah, nothing like being told to take the principal 6 important regions of the game, and then it's like, rescue the Emperor now. I'm like, but I already won. Well, I guess this army is mega beat up, but we'll have help on the way. And this is still, I mean, this is a lot of multi-bolts, so all we gotta do is move them to a slightly better spot where they won't have a terrible arc. Because here's the thing, old bucko, old pal. You're about to get an oath-sworn kick for someone in your house, Dao Ying, because, well, if it hits him, I think missile block can stop the downpour, right? Because yeah, boom! Alright. Sure you don't want to run, boy? And of course, the amazing multi-bolt. You know, this is everything we could want. Beautiful. And yes, he is indeed running now. I'm like, oh y'all ain't met Gan Ning. Oh, you thought this was gonna be easy. You didn't know what was up. You don't know. This man, this is the grand tutor. This is the boy that's in charge. This is the guy who knows it all. This is the pirate of the bells. Come on, get a shot here. Come on. Come on. Alright, fine. It was gonna be a good shot. One more time with feeling. Oh yeah, Zuting has bending. Why am I acting like we're gonna be hurt? We could walk out of this battle with everybody alive. Oh, goodness gracious. I'm like, I wonder what's going on over there. Well, good news, the multi-bolt crossbows, we're not gonna have to worry about defending them for very much longer. Alright, did both of the towers whiff? Well, that's too bad. Alright, let's get on them. Fortunately, they only got most of everything.
领不幸阵亡，守住阵线。杀光敌军！
You know, if only we had been paying more attention, but it's okay. The heavy G infantry will actually match up very well here.
准备开战！快速前进！鼓起勇气，速前进！准备好了，快！天下不留，勇士在此。射手准备，拿起武器，
做好准备。
尽情厮杀，杀光敌军。
But the Wu engineers, when they get the charge here on her, actually, she's going to get very beat up very quickly, I think.
原地待命。注意，
Shang could have gotten a heal there, but elected not to. Good job, everybody. We're going to go here. Bum, 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 bum.
准备就绪。
挺住，进军！
242 HP. Get out of there, man. Oh, he's on his elephant. Why? I forgot he was on his elephant.
挺住，快
That's a huge target.
注意，快跑！
You want to duel Zhu Ting. This is not a good idea. We don't have any way to make this happen. She's got tenacity. Did we? Oh, she's already running. Okay.
赶快！
挺住，
时机已至，
准备就绪。时机已至，
He's flipping out. He wants to duel, but we're just going to hit him.
天下不留，
注意，加快速度，步兵就绪。
速前进！
An ultra messy fight.
杀呀！
一将受首，贼众溃不成军。
准备就绪，进攻！做好准备。
All right, now they're all taken care of.
准备好了，
No towers out of our engineers this time. More's the pity.
骑兵听命，进攻！加快速度！
Get to run in here and here.
时机已至，
He dies on his elephant. Why am I the way I am?
鼓起勇气，
She's not doing so good for herself, but Flower on the battlefield's gotta help a little bit. Nope, everybody's running. Everybody's running. I mean, we're fine though, because this is... Yeah, we still got crummy little reinforcements from somewhere.
杀光敌军！杀！扑灭敌军！
Yeah, we got it. Is there a follow-up coming? I mean, maybe. This is what you get for taking the auto, right?
起勇气！杀！
The turn before.
挺住！不要留情！杀呀！
做好准备，顽强不屈。攻击敌军，
Alright, another failed tower.
使劲杀！
Wish I could figure out reliably how to make the tower happen. Another failed tower.
动作快点！
时机已至，不要留情。
准备就绪！
But there we go. You know, without mending, she would have been dead a couple of times, actually, but that's okay. You know, she had mending, so there. Could have helped other people, probably helped some of them a bit. And the problem that three games had making the in-game scenarios, destroying the Honolulu, doesn't give you a choice. Like,
我
yeah,
军
we
如
roleplay,
有
but
天助，
otherwise,
气
yeah,
焰
man.
大胜。
Yeah, it definitely feels like you just want somebody else to declare emperor first if you're worried about the malices at this point. Because I didn't even really realize, but like now I'm like, okay, yeah, you just get somebody else to get everybody upset at them, and then you do it right after. Well, plus, you know, well, I mean, we hardly do that here. Song was an emperor for, what, 5 years or something? a king and an emperor's seat, you know. The emperor was still chilling. Towers are like gambling, indeed. Sometimes you get them all. Yellow turbans get pocked. Chupan comes back because he's tired of being a spy. Gan Ning has a child. Good, good, good. Get your ear, why not? Shan Bei Barbarian raids in Huyun. Yes, haha! That'll show him. No, we'll smear the Emperor contender. That's what we're doing now. You know, truly one of the battles of all time. I mean, it's to be expected when you have entirely crunched armies, right?
相信直觉，迈向胜利，准备伏击。
三思而后
So they can wait off there, and then...
准备武器，
一往无前。
Yeah, we're just pushing up for it, right? Just going
听命，
going for the gold.
正在行进。我军所向披靡。发动农民。
Towers, and then we'll get the military supplies faction-wide, and that will counteract the Fraternita. You know, it's amazing how being my friend is good for people. And we do want to raise him so that we can get a retinue with him. There's no point in not having. Oh, he'll have the engineers for defense, right? Because honestly, I bet having engineers for siege defense, if you use them well, is just the craziest thing in the world, right? Oh, they're coming in? Throw the oil down in front of the, you know... Because the AI will, like, run away from the oil if it's already down. But what if it's not already down? Do we just 6-stack these? Yeah, we do. Because we're already going to have... This is a place with a double Imperial garrison. So all they need, besides, you know, the cavalry that'll be around, because we're, we may never fight a battle here, but if we do, 6 Wu engineers plus an Imperial garrison can probably do a lot of work.
快点！
You know, I keep on playing in different places on the map and with different factions, and every time I'm like, this is the best. I love this so much. I don't even want to play anybody else. Why would anybody even be from somewhere that's not Hedong, right? Like, why would you want to not be in the Black Mountains? Why would anybody ever do anything? And now I'm just like, this is fun. This place gets to level 10. Forges and I'm like, what's the absolute most money? You get slightly more money from the Grand Temple of Confucius. Now the Web of Anti-Corruption is more valuable.
稳住阵型。
Because, like, that's beautiful, right? It sure does look like these guys at the top that are mad are the ones who are wrong here. After all of that green and blue can't be wrong.
召集商贾，我要视察一下他们的货物。
Do you want to play Attila? No! 4,000 horse archers. 400,000 horse archers. Because I guess I wasn't giving enough respect to Kong Rong here, right? Because we're just going to bypass him entirely on the peninsula. We're going the other way around. We've got enough people, armies, you know, to hit him. But I'm like, that's right. He was a duke on his own merits, and while being somebody's vassal, right? Like this guy has got it going on here. 1 million horse archers, indeed. Dr. Evil, it's only 212. That many horse archers doesn't even exist yet. What? I mean, he does work for me, but yeah. The Kingdom of Wei confederates Liu Bei. Which, it would be incredibly awesome and hilarious if Cao Cao does this, bum rushes the show, and takes this with all of his new armies. Like, I would honestly be so pumped for him. Because all of these are still up, right? You know. Is he at war with Song? Yeah, he sure is. He does work for us, you know. If he gets that there, then that would be objectively very impressive. But yeah, super gross, you know. This is hardly what you want to see as a lover of Shu Han, right? You hardly want to see Zhao Yun fighting for him. You hardly want to see the brothers 3 fighting for Cao Cao of all people. But that's what happened. And here's like a time where it's like, man, if we would have just done 10 more years here in the South, the world would have been a very strange place indeed. But we're gonna, you know, we're just gonna keep on going with our prioritas, even if the world crumbles around us unhappily. Suting gets level 6, very good. Like Harry Spear Guards? No. Oh, these are the Guangling Marines. They get the morale melee evasion buff thing if they're the defending alliance. So very strong, right? They have 10 more morale than a heavy spear guard also. Just out of the box. More AP. Slightly less bonus for large, but significantly better evasion. Yeah, I think I like him better than a heavy spear guard anyway, right? And if the Defending Alliance thing kicks on, then they have 20 more morale than a spear guard. But we don't need to worry too much about these armies' orientations. On the elite bandit gang, indeed, yeah, you know that's a unit, right? That's a unit right there.
平定天下。
悉听尊便，烈火燎原。
秩序井然，则四海可定。拿起武器。
And they have a little swing around on them. Boom, boom. 630 kills for Zhuting. I love what it's like. By the way, you also lost a duel against this chump. I didn't do all that. It just says I did. I won. I'm strong. But there we go. And then, so this force is obviously getting crunched.
路径明晰，
锐不可当。憧憬胜利，尔等必将无往不利。现在这里归我军所有了。
Juji, yeah, she's level 7 and hates our guts so bad. She's probably level 8 by now. But yeah, but she's been up here. Oh, did we just beat her in the battle? I wasn't paying attention to who was there. It must have been her, that's why you brought her up. Yeah.
准备作战。
Oh no, she's right here, yeah. Yeah, she's level 7 now, the Lord of Thunder here, and yeah, she hates us a lot. She's a charming eavesdropper. I would have loved if she would have joined me, but that wasn't the way to go. And I wanted Kongming to join me too, but that was not the way to go either. It says he's alive somewhere. If he ends up fighting for Cao Cao, then... Yep, she can't do too much from where she is. We're just gonna be fine there. Everything here rolls up. They can have looter raids here, I think. Maybe it's for there. I need to actually learn where all of those raids can happen.
深思熟虑，
将他们撕碎。
And of course, they are always not paying to convert this place. Man, they are always paying to not convert this place. I feel like you never see this site converted. Point of fact, I feel like you very rarely see them convert sites, just like generally. Hey, the vertiginous quake! I know this guy's title, but I always forget his name. Yang Qianwan. He's the vertiginous quake. He figured prominently into a previous playthrough. Say that one time fast. Alright, we should put him in charge of the army. Get a little bit more replan out of it.
我绝不动摇。
Now, it said we got the event that said that he had found a person to serve. Shichi, Southern Belle. Well, I do declare. Love it. Bad facts for now. See, well, I do declare. That's more of like a. I don't consider that like a Southern Belle thing, although you're allowed to do it there. You know, there's lots of ways to be a Southern Belle. I am not a Southern Belle myself, but I've met a few in my time. When I hear Southern Belle, I of course think of the very sad but excellent Elliott Smith song, Southern Belle, which is, you know, heavy themes but a beautiful track. If y'all don't listen to Elliott Smith, you probably wouldn't like him. No, that's not fair. Elliott Smith is marvelous. It's just most people that like him already listen to him. He wrote these beautiful, sad songs once upon a time. He is, of course, no longer with us. He spawned into Liu Bei, but Liu Bei got destroyed and he wasn't raised. Oh, right, because he's not part of that family. Kongming, if you come here to us, we'll be family. But of course, if he is dead, then he won't. But if he's not dead, then if he shows up and he's not dead, that's going to be great. Also, whatever you do, don't find out how to make him die for good if he dies. We need him alive. We need another army. Wouldn't hurt anything. We have free we have 100% discounted redeployment now. Free redeploy faction wide. That is the hotness, right? Sure, we're like sort of divorced from needing money, but not having to pay any money to redeploy is crazy good. Wuchi, do you wanna step up, buddy? Do you wanna get out here and fight? Do you wanna walk like a man, talk like a man? Chupon, you're 66 years old. Let's get you into the field. You don't want to die bored, do you? You don't. I know you. Shujuo, you are in the family, and you need to get an education. Here you go. Of course, a brand new character, once you're a king, is very useful because you can get all the elite stuff. So it's not at all like the era of not having it. A couple of engineers, pearl dragons. And a splash of these guys, and then he'll be able to... a couple of spear guards, good. Got some reds over there, a couple of big G infantry in the center. Yeah, nothing but punch and pain here. We don't need, because this is going to be an army maybe to hold here, and then this army will, yeah, go in this direction to assist there, and you can hold here for a bit. Did some guy just drove by me like 100 miles? Oh no! Well, I'm not sure where you are. Perhaps you're on your porch or something, but it's not great. No, I'm an old person, right? I'll be 40 quite soon. I'm not going to brag about it when it happens. And if any of you do know when my birthday is, you are forbidden to share it with others. I know my family watches sometimes. But yes, I'm an old person. Sometimes I'll be like on my porch and like someone will go zooming down and I'm like, this is a neighborhood. But, you know, unironically. No, I'm a very crotchety and cantankerous sort, right? You know, I, like a lot of unreasonable people, think that people should be considerate of others in public. So I'm like, Why is your car so loud? Why are you listening to country music while you're driving down the road? That one's just a broader question. I don't mean to be mean. I know it's very popular. I like some country music, but I'm more of like a murder song guy, like a classical bent on it. So the modern stuff misses me. Also, I work at a restaurant that, you know, I hear the music there from time to time. It's not so good of a restaurant that they don't play music in it. Alright, speaking of what we're doing, we are taking over the world. Sima Yi. Sorry about that time. You're a gold-covered thief, yeah. Yeah, they should call you that. Yeah, it definitely looks like Cao Cao is trying to have his Battle of Guandu here. I mean, he's already made it across the river and he's holed up, so I mean, it's a fait accompli as far as I'm concerned. Whenever I look at this, if I see, you know, that you've got this city at level 9 and 4 armies, I'm like, alright, you've breached. Needs new emperor seat. I will be king. Yeah, exactly. He's like, look, I was king for a brief period of time, and I mean, this Liu Bei pickup as well, I mean, that does give him a tremendous amount of hyper-powerful generals, right? Because we popped Xiahou Dun and stuff, but now he's got the realness. If we were a player in the position of Cao Cao, we would absolutely be able to turn it around and then lose, because if we were a player, we would do all the dumb things that we do all the time. Speaking of those things, we just need to... Yeah, we just want to push up, right? We just want to go for it. We'll barely be losing military supplies because we've got adjacency bonus from our stuff in the center, so we're just going to push up and meet him in the middle. He might give you the emperor seat. Actually, can they do that? Experience says he'd just attack us again. Yeah, you know. You know, there's a parable of a river and the scorpion and the frog, you see. and I don't know if Cao Cao had heard that parable, but if he did, he'd be like, or fable rather, not a parable. There's no lesson to be learned unless you're Cao Cao, but he's like, I should get somebody to get me across that river. I can sting him when I'm at the other side. You see, that scorpion, he was silly because it was in his nature to murder the frog in the middle of the river. I'll wait 1 month later. That is cool that they can do that. Sort of like when it's like in base Warhammer 3, like if you're playing like Warriors of Chaos, your vassals could take like the dark fortresses, and that would be annoying, but there's like a mod where it fixes it, because actually most of the modding I ever did with Warhammer, it wasn't like I didn't mod personally, it was just like getting mods to make vassals work in a way that didn't make me actively angry. I will say the vassals in this game are lovely. Gao Shun? Well, ain't you just brave today? Look, I know you're a fighter. I know you're a worker. But, like, have you considered that this army is the realness? It's alright. It says we're gonna have a close defeat. There's no way we're gonna get defeated. Like, what's he got? He's got an army like our army, but all of our stuff is better than his. We've got Imperial freaking Gate Guards. If you're a vassal, so you can give land to your vassal. That's awesome. That's so cool. I've spent most of my time as a vassal just immediately trying to not be a vassal anymore. Alright, I'm just gonna take a short break, stretch my legs. I feel like I've been 3 hours and 20 minutes. Yeah, I'm just gonna... But yeah, we're gonna play this for the rest of the day, so I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I don't need a Mountain Dew. I just had an energy drink not too long ago. I don't need to tell y'all that. Y'all don't need to know that. I could have another Mountain Dew if I wanted. Anyway, I'll be right back. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, because I mean, Liu Bei starts as a vassal, but well, I found a way on my playthrough to, you know, sort that out. Of course. Enjoy your level 8 Liu Ji upon birth while you can. It's getting nerfed, guys. Yeah, because I love that idea with the vassal thing, right? Like, I would love the idea of palling around with, like, some major figure, right? You know, like, I'm Wu Jing, and I swear into the Sun family, right? Like, instead of trying to run things, you know, you'd be like, all right, let's roll in there. Or, you know, you're Han Fu, and you're just like, all right, I'm gonna work with Yuan Shao. We'll still run our faction. We'll not get confederated in or whatever, but, you know, we'll actually be able to do that because of how the game works. Which is fine, you know, it's Total War, but it would be cool to have a genuinely cooperative route to victory. Can't believe they took this fight. I mean, I can't. They've got to take some fight. Now, the Imperial units do need to be closer to each other, but we're going to try to be having the cav around them, right? Ish. He basically went after your vessel. See, that's awesome. I love that. I love that idea. That's so cool. Or they complete one of the other victory types. Yeah. Like a genuine collaborative victory where you can be happy that someone's doing well as opposed to how you normally feel. Where you're like, oh man, no matter how good we got along, you know, you always gotta fight against them. But they've got D-Raiders here. We're gonna get shooting at these cataphracts and then get to running from these cataphracts. We're just gonna keep regular shot on, right? Yeah, there we go. Like, we don't need to be doing this here. The Gao Shun duel. We're gonna do this because we're going to Wisdom of the River it, and but he might just die. Gao Shun might just beat him, right? But you know, we gave him everything we could to help. He's got a great weapon, and Gao Shun has nothing but a great weapon. You know, I think we're gonna die though. I think we're gonna lose. Shouldn't have done that. It's all right. Yep, Wu Feng gets defeated. What are you gonna do, right? Be better at the game? Not me. The good news is that our engineers are just getting charged by the units. Hey, one tower went up. That's great. What about second tower? Gao Shun wants to fight Wu Jing. You know, I don't think that's a good idea, actually. But of course, our dominance on this front is gonna roll in, and then we just charge in here and try to get shots here, and then we need to get into the back line where the Fury of Beihai are being furious. But Lancer Cav will deal with them air too long, right? And then we'll just run away here. And try for a huge satchel charge here. And right over the shoulders of our Imperial Gate Guards, we throw some satchel charges. Beautiful work. And these guys go way far afield. A very messy battle. Fortunately, the Fury of Beihai are no match at all for a couple of Lancer stacks. These Raiders are doing okay at beating up on us as we're there, though, and now we'll collapse this way and this way. You know, a bad plan to lose a duel, right? I should have planned to not lose a duel. But our great Imperial units are very great, and the rest of our units are acceptable. Both of the towers went up from the engineers, so that's good. And yeah, you know, I knew we shouldn't have taken the duel. I just thought we could do it. I thought with Wisdom of the River we could get it. But fundamentally, if you don't have evasion, because, you know, it won't matter if they don't have evasion either, then it's just a fight. You know, and he had, you know, as much damage as me, maybe a little more, because I mean he has his stuff going on, you know. Vessels you don't want to change to be more like Solaris, where you control which income you give them. Is that a thing that's possible? Because I have often thought about that. I mean, I know there's the Empire thing for the late game where you can redistribute it. But there's been a couple of times I'm like, man, I want Liu Bei to be my vassal, but I want him to keep his money. I mean, I know you can do the trade or whatever, but it would just be cool. You know, if you got like a relations benefit or whatever. But as with a lot of my ideas, I'm like, I have no idea how possible it is. Gao Shun, I don't really need this weapon, and I like you. Vertiginous Quake Man, just because I don't know your name doesn't mean I don't love you. If I play this game long enough, I may never get to execute anyone again, unless it's a Yellow Turban situation where we're like, you're Zhu Chu now. Because like Liu Biao's cooperation thing, it says 0, but it's not really 0. It would be cool too if, like, you know, and again, I don't know how possible it is. Trying to be sure your tribute bonus wise. It's like, wouldn't it be cool if it's like, okay, you know, you don't tax the family estates with this thing, you know, it's like, you know, this is just like a trade thing, you know, a minimal thing. Because I mean, the idea of getting benefits where your vassals don't hate you, because, you know, it stinks sometimes you get like a vassal or two and then they get mad because you don't execute your foes. It would be nice to have something to sort of counteract it a little bit. I mean, I know that them getting mad at you for what you do after a battle is part of the game mechanics, but it would still be nice to counteract it. Because I just want everybody to get along, and I don't like executing people most of the time. I mean, sometimes it's okay. I don't like executing people most of the time. Sometimes it's okay, quote. Alright, so the thing is here is we can just sort of leave Kong Rong alone. I mean, on this front, and push past him, leaving a defensive force here. It's not bad. It's not bad as an idea. We can move here, and then yeah, we just need to roll him up here. Choked out, choked out, choked out. Bum, 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 bum. But I don't know you.
我们就摆脱这些累赘了。随我来，
硕果满之，良合遍野。从山峦之畔到大海之滨。
Yeah, we want to stay in this realm. Just a turn. This army can move though.
正在行进，定乱安民。
我军必胜。正气如火，熊熊不息。心有所欲，引而导之。稍事休息，正在行进，这样行不通。 振作起来！正在行进。
And the thing is, like, because we know too, like, we know Yuan Shao's up here. Yeah, look how far away from home he is, because he was like over here when this all kicked off. He had so many armies over here. Hate that for him. What a shame. For every character we've ever used in a campaign. Hey, that's not fair. We did play a Cao Cao campaign before, and I execute Xiao Ho Dun all the time. Did we use him in that campaign? As I recall, it was mainly Lu Ji and Zhu Chu, wasn't it? Hey, here we go. Public order satisfaction. The Grand Temple City. Let's force build that real quick. Hooray! And now more people are happy. Wu Fen loses an eye. Well, you know, it's what we get for being too brave. Could have got scarred, but you got one-eyed. Oh, black markets. Good, good, good. I don't know if I've ever gotten an item from the black market thing, but I always dream that I will. And it's a little bit more income, you know, from industry. I think we're doing a peasantry focus? No. Like, as we're only making... Yeah, 47% corruption now. I'm like, where did all the money go? It should be 13K. Yeah. One-eyed overlay, except on Sentinel. Yeah, you know, the less evasion you have, the less losing some matters. So losing it on red is like, okay. But if you're like, you know, Yuan Hu is cartoon high, right? Yuan Hu is at 78, but then with Oathsworn and Friend around, because, you know, he gets, yeah, you get 10 from Oathsworn and then 5 from Friend. So he actually goes up to 93. At 93, losing 10% is very bad indeed, because he's just a monster of monsters. But of course, 200 expertise will get you quite a bit, and he's got, like, you know, not that much, but almost. Oh, the brothers get beat down here by Shunyu, who loses basically nothing for it, you know. We'll see how Cao Cao's press here goes. But, you know, I will say, you know, thanks to Cao Cao, our attack across the river will be good. Oh, yeah, we never gave him a... That's right, we never gave him autonomy guarantees. That reminds me, we never gave him autonomy guarantees. We could just absorb him right now if we wanted. That's right, because we were... Yeah, because we were like, we could just take him... Well, you know. No.
如你所愿。
How about no? What are you going to do? You know? He's at negative 250. It would only make him like 70 happier. No, Cao Cao. I'm going to let you stew on it. Hey, there's our girl. Second best girl. I like Yuan and Yong so much more than any character that I've barely used. Because, like, the thing about her that's great is her ability stuff. And I still have, like, I don't even remember. I've had her in some armies before in several playthroughs. But we never, like, had her feature, like, super prominently in it. But the next time we play Wu Jing, I guarantee you, unless it's not available anymore, I guarantee you that she will be, you know, our strategist. We'll get her out here. We'll get her out there. Well, you know, we'll probably send her on assignment until she gets to level 2, and then we'll get her out there. But even at level 1, because she starts on left side, so she might, if it's left side, then up, not left side, then down, then she might have fire arrows anyway. But we'll see. A new suit of armor is forged. Could always do a Yuan Shao. You know, we could always, yeah. You don't get the family estates there because that's when she's married to somebody that's in the things. But I mean, you could eventually get it if you married him to like a, you know, a chancellor thing. But yeah, could definitely do a Yuan Shao. That is true. We already know how the trident works. How it works is you find Jing Rong, who I never see anywhere. You know, maybe it's that I wouldn't have paid attention to his name if we didn't use it to such an effect in the last thing, but I'm like, I never see that ugly mug.
足下此来，有何要事相谈？
Okay, so if we left it to form an empire, she would leave, but we could potentially vassalize her, right? Because we've got land abutting hers now, so we could trade a fair amount of valuable land to her. This happens. I mean, the Empire would make us share money with them. We could just transfer it to a military alliance. And then... Well, then most... Well, I mean, this would be fine, though. Well, no, we can't do the vote. The Empire would actually go over the top, right? Because 2 people would vote for it, or... Well, she hates this idea, yeah. Those who say no leave. You know, if we're going to be the emperor, why not be the emperor, right?
你我所见略同。
We'll share our tributes. That's what a good guy we are. And, you know, sure, she is real mad at the moment, but maybe she'll feel fine later. Oh yeah, trade. We've got trade. Let's trade with you, Yuan Yao.
我方接受你的提议。
They're just willing to confederate over here, but like he's doing fine. But I guess he's just like, look, I'd roll in. Yeah, but now they're a part of the Empire now. These guys look like the same guy. They're probably brothers. They say that they're Wu, but they're not part of our Wu. Of course, our vassals can't be in the Empire, so... Not without kicking them out of the vassalage web. But, you know, it's alright. But yeah, we're an empire for true now.
统一，身心再度融为一体。正在航行，协力出击。
摆好阵势，准备出
Right,
击。
yeah, so they're all running that way. The vassals have less autonomy. This guy's a yellow turban, right? I think this guy's a yellow turban. I think this is the guy whose name had an S in it. By Yuan Shao. What an easy name to remember. Pei Yuan Shao. I think he's the guy who starts in Liu Bei's army. But maybe I'm confusing him with somebody else. Yeah, he's the yellow turban guy. I think he's the one that starts up there. In this thing. Because I haven't played them, but I remembered that
违令者斩。
he starts with one because... I think I related this some time ago, but I was sleeping, right? I was taking a nap, and then I woke up. Hey, our arcade! Hello, my friend. Good evening. I was sleeping, like, I heard someone telling, like, all this stuff about Liu Bei, and I was like, oh, this is, like, a really interesting thing, and then, like, all of a sudden he's in a battle, and that was serious trivia, and I woke up hearing him. I was like, oh. But he said something about them starting with the yellow turban, which I vaguely remember. Yeah, maybe that's him. I thought it was this guy, though. I'm sure we could just test it by loading in, but we're not going to do that. We're going to continue being unsure.
正气如火，熊熊不息。
挫其锐志。
Oh, whoops.
再战下去毫无意义。
They've got another army there. I think we'll be fine. Yeah, we'll be fine. You know, I should have thought that they could have another army there. Farming. Totally don't need to build those, but hey, you know, it's all about... I mean, hey, once the Kingdom of Wei stops paying us again, that's going to be 6,000, you know. We're not too far from revenue neutral with our quite expensive armies. I mean, they're very cheap because our retinue income is incredibly cheap, but the armies themselves are expensive versions anyway. This army would be like 3,800 without our discounts, but we never have to live without our discounts. We've got our discounts. What we want to do here is roll up here.
憧憬胜利，尔等必将无往不利。我军势力得以扩张。我已准备好作战了。
我将无往不至。
I'm like, which way is quicker down? I bet this way is slightly faster.
出发！
We need the replen anyway. It looks like Yuan Shao's gonna. Oh yeah, old Chun Yu Chiang. Both of his hands still attached, and you know he's a brawler. With both of his hands on, he can really fight.
打起精神来，稍事休息。
He said you'll language. Not me at all. I just like the sound.
烈火
Oh, boom, baby.
进攻！见识一下我们的激情。为天下苍生，回归原状。
Oh, and you know, and we'll be able to do a nice spring crossing of the river as is tradition.
点燃激情，痛击敌军。乱军终于得以平息。
I think they sound better, the Chinese voice sentence. I do too. There's a lot of... So, because I don't know what they say, they don't feel that repetitive to me. Like, who among us can forget when you're playing, like, Warhammer and you click and they just say their own name 400 times? I mean, it happens a little bit here, but... In Warhammer, I just turned down, like, the unit responses entirely. And Jotai becomes friends, but, you know, he's still not oath-sworn to anybody. Pizza night again? No, not tonight. I might do it tomorrow. But yes, very much enjoying vacation. This is the last night of my vacation as such. The next 2 days are my normal days off, but it's still part of my vacation, of course, as I continue to vacate my responsibilities at work. I don't have responsibilities at work if I'm not there. I'm just playing like I'm not important. Dynamic Strike. Panfeng, the greatest of all time. He already has, like, negative evasion. I don't think that 3% is going to change it. Panfeng, this guy. You know, he's a fun dude. We haven't really used him. I've been meaning to, because his armor's quite good. But, haven't really used him. Been eyeing him for a while. We've got so much good stuff. Hopefully that's this sort of thing, indeed. Would be a shame. And then we can, like, we move up here. We can just march with this army. They're not that beat up, and that'll get them into position. I mean, we're going to be waiting to winter anyway. It's okay. In here, plenty of military supplies to benefit us. Can barely afford the food here. We just need to demo that and downgrade twice here. So we don't need this city to be the biggest thing.
势如利刃。
稳住阵型。
Yushin is certainly having a time. Our vassals without lands are hanging out to defend the capital. I love when they do that. It makes me feel so good. Please use this go in a very important battle. All I did was look at the numbers on it and think that's cool. All right, we need to get him into an army because he's not in one right now. All right, so let's read the flavor text on it. Oh, none can survive the heaven-splitting strike of Panfeng. Just hope his weapon doesn't explode or something. I just thought it was like a joke thing because it's like, you know, he's an utterly unstoppable warrior, peerless beneath the heavens. If only he didn't have a cold or a cramp or a stomachache. Oh, this guy starts out with Han Fu. Oh, fun. All right, so in our Han Fu campaign, we'll get to use him. If we play Han Fu. You know, we may never play him. I want to, though. I like the idea of, like, being right there in the middle of all the pain in the north and trying to make myself live through it. If you could, I bet it would be fun. And if not, See, the thing about losing in a Total War campaign is although it stings when it's happening and you're like, why am I bad? Afterward, you're like, hey, that was actually pretty interesting. This is what I tell myself every time I lose as Elspeth, who's renowned on the internet as being the easiest campaign in the universe. And I swear I've lost it 100 times. It's really just 6. I just thought it was going to be like a miniature God of War ability, but if he blows up after doing it, that will be very funny. Liu Bei goes on the river, gets caught, dances around. A whole lot of action happening here. Yeah, at least Yuan Shao's going to be able to put up a fight here, right? And crucially, Wei has taken all of the land up to the Emperor's seat, so we're going to be able to jump in there. Now, we're not going to get the good replenishment because he's just our vassal and it's not like our land, but...
出于双方有意，吾等诚心，此所谓两制相。
But we're not going to cross until we're in shape anyway. It won't take but a turn, you know, to get into the shape. We have to remember the lessons of Jing Rong last time, because Jing Rong's army, that army is punchy in a way that none of our armies are punchy, right? We can't be besieging the city and then getting night battled off and fighting 3 stacks with one of these armies. None of our armies beat 3 armies. That's not fair. That's not fair. I mean, maybe Yan Baihu's does just because he's here in it.
白虎
Few people get eliminated. Kuito was paying us. Liu Yu dies by natural causes. Oh, that probably loses us a bunch of money too. Alright, we need to... That's the death of our Chancellor. So he was giving us quite a lot of benefits. Who will be good at it? You know, Zheng would give us tributary income and damage when attacking. I mean, I guess this is probably as good as it gets, right? But it's not definitely as good as it gets. But, I mean, it's probably, you know, more than we're getting from somebody else. We could get, well, actually, Masu, though, this gives us more campaign moving range and ammo. That's the only competitive thing, right? Ammo faction-wide, because then we would have that plus Gan Ning's getting us one step closer to the fabled 2 ammunition on a Wu Engineer, right? Chupan for the animal troop tie-in? No, just playing. Yeah, because Yanbahu gives you ignore force penalties, which doesn't matter that much. Oh, that's only if they're the heir. For some reason, I thought the marriage bonus from her was if they were married at all. Maybe it says that, but the actual effect is if they're there. That's all right. Yeah, so Zhengzheng, if we do it, you know, we make what, you know, 10,000 off of that, plus the attacking thing. I mean, really, there's no reason not to, unless we just wanted to see the ammo. Well, don't we want to see the ammo, though? What's the highest the ammo goes?
莫要急躁。
I Like, are any of these strategists even getting bonus ammo from their existence? I don't think so. I'm like, do we have any in the pool that even get it?
拿起武器，
打起精神来！
Hers
我
is
的目标
retinue
十分明
upkeep.
确。
Scion is retinue upkeep, isn't it? Yeah.
行动如一，
Yeah, let's just take the money and the damage when attacking. And then of course we'll be able to give her the relics of office. And the general whom expands the center, I don't think that's even feasible as a title. I don't think this is a feasible title at all in this version of the game, because the only way you can colonize a region is if it's abandoned, and the only way it could be abandoned here, because it's filled up in the south, is to burn it down. It's just like, it's not a really feasible thing. Whereas the south and the north are like really solid, right? You know, conquer the regions, get it. General Pacify South is an amazing title. I love this thing. I'm all about the military supplies. The more I see how they work in the game, the happier I get with them. Looks like Kong Rong wants to have a brawl.
团结一致，
I think what we do is just, yeah, we just roll up here
正在行进，
and let them fight. They might try to take a night battle. If they do, then they still have to fight us. It says he's in transport ships. Oh, it's just upgrading. The Chi crossbowmen. This is their heavy version of. I'm like, the Fury Bei Hai are better than that, though, aren't they? These guys only have 220 range. Yeah, these guys are armored, but I guess the Fury Bei Hai, you know, they're different. It says this role is skirmishers. Yeah, I mean, these guys are armored, which makes a difference, not against other crossbows, but they're regional units. Oh, okay.
全军注意，
It's like, I thought the Fury were like their whole thing. Speaking of the Fury, getting them as bandits, super fun.
心有所欲，因而导之。
讨平乱贼，澄清四海。
Get a trap here. Yeah, get to upgrade all of their units to their final. Oh no, it's heavy crossbow. I'm like, not heavy repeaters? No, I guess. There they are. Seek more power to feel. Yes. There does the only don't us a lot. Yeah.
展示我等的力量吧。
Yeah, the whole romance is just like, alright, so they're going to spend at least as much runtime on Cao Cao executing people as they spend on all the other stuff here. But of course, you know, it is the moral lesson inherent,
扫平天下。
right? You know, because we're not told all the things that Cao Cao does
威加海内，
in a non-critical way. It's pretty clear that the author of the romance does not approve of this man. Here they're rolling on down here.
坚定不移，
And of course I'm not able to do anything about it, so we're just gonna go here to threaten them. And if they get into the cookie jar here, this would be pretty annoying. Liu Yao, why don't you take a picked force and defend this place, right? You know, demonstrate your loyalty to the Emperor and all that. Liu Shang, you stay at home. You're doing all right. We ain't worried about you, buddy. This guy, get here. And then I'm like, oh yeah, we've got all sorts of cool stuff now.
Who
？Well, you know, if they show up here, this is the fishing port. We know this one pretty well. They'll certainly know they had a fight. I imagine we'll just win. We beat the brothers in a port like this with the yellow turbans with less heroes than this. It's probably left in here, but Cao Cao can execute only. This is the only one he gets. Does he get like an event for it?
目标只有一个。
Yeah, look at our... But, you know, here in 212, finally being smart about things, you know, we're gonna get ready, and then, in the spring, we'll cross the river. I know. Maybe next turn you got... As you confederates outside, you get the event. Oh, because Konglun wouldn't have been the faction leader anymore. Nice. And Jugaji. Oh right, this guy's been my spy forever. Yeah, let's go ahead and get you out. That's how we knew where they were. I remember now. Stab. Stabs are with the top of the axes, as is tradition. Bum 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 bum. You can work for me. Do you want to marry somebody in the family? Sure hope so. Oh, that was his last thing. I'm like, all of this is going wrong. For some reason, I thought some of this was him as well. But yeah, there you go.
愿我的勇气直干云霄。
Oh, and right on time too. We're gonna hit the tech for the military supplies right when we're, you know, going. Yeah, beautiful, elegant and graceful. That's what it'll be known as. The most elegant and graceful playthrough. The engineered playthrough. I'll be honest, it went way better than I thought it would. At the beginning, right when we finally got like enough where I was like, okay, I can defend my land, I had no idea that it would snowball up like it did. But I guess that's often how Total War is, right? You know, especially Total War 3 Kingdoms, because if you get really, really good land that can be defended simply on the borders, right? Because if you're like in the middle of the Central Plains or in the middle of the South, it takes a while to get there. But once you hit your natural border, and you get to like enjoy the fruits of your labels. You're like, all right, now we're making a little bit of money. When you start getting to build a building all the time, and then it just all just comes up. You're like, hey, look, a civilization. I did it. All I had to do was steal everything from everybody around me. Sorry, appropriate the land. Liu Yao wasn't doing a good job anyway. They're all happier working for me. Or whatever helps me sleep at night. I like a ceiling fan. That's how I sleep at night. I like to have a ceiling fan on. Kingdom of Song vassalizes my tongue. Signs his peace treaty with Humao, who is in my empire. What are you doing? I guess they do have autonomy, right? Yeah. Or some Wu Jing and Zhu Ting become rivals. Alright, it's okay. We will... Hey, look, we're going to take the hostage from Cao Wei. Maybe we'll get Cao Long up in here. I'm not sure who his heir is right now, but I think that's who it'll be. Shukun becomes intrepid. Good. I've always considered him a kind of intrepid fellow. That you've drunk. Why are you trending down? Other values? Sure. Kingdom of Song wants peaceful. I'm not surprised. Tell you what, you can abdicate. Army capped at last. Bum, 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 bum. All right, buildings are built. Doesn't look like the Phoenix is here. The old fledgling sleeping Phoenix Dragon, as they call him, the sleeping Phoenix Dragon of the South. And boom, the Green Dragon supply ships. Mighty ships traverse rivers that crisscross Drina, bearing goods and soldiers wherever they are required. Indeed. Indeed they do. Because the only thing more important than supplies is family. Yeah, because from controlling the port, you can quite casually... I mean, if you have... I guess you gotta have Hene as well, right? Yeah, because otherwise... Yeah, because this zone of control hits here, but you can just... You know, I've never had an ally with the land over here to take advantage of before. This is... quite excellent indeed. Yeah, there's a...
出征数日，今日始归。再一次感受到了家的温暖，我又有什么办法？准备进港。
But you know, we marched the whole army all the way up here. We knew where we were going. We knew what we were doing it for. You know, this ain't a game. This is real life. And these guys march onto land? Like, where are they trying to go here?
满怀信念，奋力一战。 时叫来。
诸位猛士，随我征战，准备作战。
Because they think we're going there, but we're just gonna go this way,
我
actually.
军必胜。
They've got a lot of armies there. We wanna provoke them to action.
稳住阵型，
我军所向披靡，
出其不意，攻其不备。
杀呀！准备伏击。
And then here we've made our landfall. But we want to provoke them to action. One turn from the end of the game. I'm like, we need to see if... Well, I mean, to be fair, we may not actually get the end. No, I assume through our web of loyal and happy vassals that... Lady Zhurong, my beloved. Lady Zhurong, my heart. I still can't have peace with you. Okay, yeah, well, the good news is he has elected, Wang Long has said, oh, we're gonna hit Ling Tong's army. I bet this guy's a chump. I'm gonna bring my 2 level 7 commanders who are again wearing dresses. Nah, that's not fair. He's got 50 armor. You want a dual Ling Tong, buddy? It'll go great for you, I swear. So you have chosen death. But that's the thing, it's like night battle. If you're besieging them, if the town is available for night battle, it is a disaster for you.
化身烈火，吞噬一切。
Didn't Ling Tong beat that lady in a duel with level 1? Is this the same lady?
天下瞩目，正在今
He
日。
beat some lady. Alright, and we've got... for all that Kong Rong thought this was a good idea, we've got siege weapon on siege weapon, right? We've got... We just need cataphracts there to counteract. We need, like, a spear in the trees to fight them if they're there. The thing is, it's just pretty thin, right? It is pretty thin. But the artillery is very, very punchy. And we'll have towers and maybe towers out of the guys anyway. I'm like, if it is in fact this lady, yeah, this is Wang Long's wife. Yeah, I think it might have been her, right? But they, you want to go, buddy? Oh yeah, Wang Dong. This guy's got a tenacity of steel. This is a Wuhan horseman. But the thing about Ling Tong is, well, he took a shot there. But the thing about Ling Tong is that he's got the warrior spirit, right? And the longer he fights, the more spirited he becomes by far. Now, crucially here, these Jade Dragons are Jade Dragons. They're going to get caught out over here, though. And we're going to Wisdom of the River them. And tower goes up. And tower goes up. I'm beginning to develop some superstitions. Charge the cavalry. Here, here. Into the trees there. Here. Ling Tong obviously doing great. And now they are trying to burninate the countryside and burninate the peasants. They're going to burninate the people in their thatch roof cottages. This is going to be terrible. Look at them. Look at them hurting the towers. Ling Tong is popping off, though. Of course, this guy's got tenacity of steel, but with a crummy little weapon, hardly a thing you got to worry about. And here these Jade Dragons are very clearly not trying to have this happen to them. They're going to get sandwiched, a delightful sandwich. Here, these veterans are fighting spear warriors in the trees, hardly what they want. Ling Tong will get back on his horse. And here, oh, the Wuhan Lancers. Yeah, let's get shots on them. We know they're brawlers, but they get knocked down pretty well. There we go. Ling Tong here can get onto these Onyx Dragons here. And here, yes. So they have chosen death indeed. Here we go, here we go. The lady goes down and they're really upset about it. Get out of the trees. 'Tis a silly place. Push here and here. Out of the trees. I said out of them. Alright, get off of our horse and beat this dude down. He's upset about things. We're going to have to shuffle him off this mortal coil. He'll be fine before he knows it as soon as we hit him. Yep, as soon as we hit him, he'll be fine. This way, Pearl Dragon. Here. And tons of value from the siege weapons to go around. Roll in here and here and here. There's a high-level commander-related wheel inside. Yeah, it was definitely this one then. Surprising they didn't get rivals, but if you don't maintain a rivalry for a while, you can lose it, right? But maybe that's not true. Maybe that's just... Maybe you can become friends and lose it. I think that happened mainly with... like a faction leader, right? You know, you become rivals in a war, and then you pal around for a while, and then you're cool. But they, you know, they were certainly trying to do something. They had the concept of a plan here. Doesn't happen as much anymore.
大义将临，莫敢不从。
So it used to have a priority click thing, yeah. I've seen the with Liu Bei on his campaign, he had just like a wall, of course, as he does.
勇夺荣耀。
Yeah, remember Wang Long, you chose that fight. Against the heroic, the great Ling Tong, but yeah, look at it. And now the forces of Song are so afraid of, to be fair, what would be represented by about 500,000 men in the parlance of the time. You know, you got to multiply the numbers by 10. Gan Ning has another child. Good for him. Yan Baihu loves to get Oathsworn with fools, right? Wu Jing and Luo Jun are Oathsworn, you know, everybody's getting along. Zhou Tai can't get Oathsworn with anybody, though. He just doesn't know how. If we put him into office, it would help. If you put people into office that get along with other people in office, you can get the Oathsworn there. Binding Fury, beautiful. Oh, you're joking. Well, this is gonna be bad for them. So, Wang Long might as well have just betrayed his lord here. But I think actually, for the epicness of the siege, we'll just night battle him off, because from here, the garrison would support him, which of course would put him into a position to just get deleted. But we're gonna night battle him off and then have a big epic siege for the end, right? Oh, it doesn't even. Wow, it's not even the garrison coming out too. I guess. Oh right, because Yuan Shao has the reinforcement range boosted for his armies, so which I guess doesn't apply to the reinforcement range for the city, right? Which, well, yeah, because that's its bubble. So here, yes, Panfen can use his ability here. There you go. You know, we can just... Yeah, we'll, why bother the night battle, right? You know, let's just do it. Let's just do it. Panfen can use his ability here, you know. There were no people to fight against. All their generals were wounded, so we'll just pull them out. If we wait another turn for them to heal up a little bit, you know, it's fine.
正好一齐上，我不在乎。这太阳既可滋润生命，也能杀人无情，
life,
真是反复无常。
Please zoom in close to music. Yes, sir. Will do. Oh wait, maybe this buff does affect everybody on the map that's friendly and not just the two of them. Also, allies there, and that tooltip only has one L. Thought we wouldn't notice, but we did. It's all units left. Okay, cool. I only played Wu like one time, right? I got a couple of them a couple of times, but it was like I felt like I couldn't run both of them in one army because neither one of them were very good at fighting, right? Which, of course, they don't all need to be. Plenty of people in Wu are good at fighting. But I haven't played it in this mod. In this mod, where the commanders, you know, get access to quite some nice stuff on top of that, you know, it could be cool to just get like a huge artillery army where they're there to support it, type of thing. But there's also something to be said for playing well. Alright. Panfeng is gonna go pick a fight.
方援兵终于来了。
准备就绪，赶快！
And we don't want him to just get jumped on the way, so... Yes, very well, I accept.
我必将取胜。
Alright, we'll, Oh no! Chun Yudon has knocked us off! His rival's here. Who's his rival?
准备开战。
We need to work on him a little bit first, right? We gotta work on him a little bit. Gotta get a couple hits in first. All right. Show me the money. Show me the money.
国军一员将领阵亡，中将士切勿动摇。
I don't think it really hurt him that much. Yep, well, you know. I don't think it hit him at all. He's a little burn spot on the ground.
Go.
25k damage self, yeah. Maybe if you're not like in a duel, it'll melt anything you're in a fight with, right? So it's sort of like a last hurrah. Somebody's got to remove the gunpowder from smoke next time. Yeah, no joke. Shake it around. It has a chance to not misfire. It has a chance to not misfire. Not a chance to misfire.
快速前进，赶快！ 集合，加快速度。兵符分队，起武器，准备开战。攻击敌军。
You want to duel somebody? You want to duel somebody? How about Ling Tong? Shu Kun's tired. He already won a duel today. He's only got 40,000 hit points left. Yeah, you want to duel somebody?
看我取你首级！
I was like, Chun Yudon, how are you doing so well? Oh, right, because, you know, actually, this whole army should go this way, actually. Ling Tong. Dude, those weapons are so good. Possibly the best weapon in the game.
备开战！
Probably the best duelist weapon in the game, I would say. I don't know of any that are better. The increased attack speed in a long duel. So the best thing for him, right, would be to give it to, like, so Ling Tong's weapons on Zhao Yun, right, would be the absolute pinnacle of bonkers. and would probably the unassailable best dueling that you can do. I would imagine you can't get better than that, right? Because you would be tenacity plus the speed there, and then, you know, elemental vigor is so amazing. But Ling Tong's weapons are so good that they basically make anybody into a duelist. 50% greater speed is everything you need. And we blunder our cataphracts in, it's okay. And by blunder, I mean they charged into the infantry just like we told them to. And that's why I love a vanguard. When you see them swing around and hit just like a lot of people and like lose 50 guys on them, you're like, oh yeah, there we go. Our generals just fighting unhorsed generals against wow, 50 damage? 50? What are these guys eating? Yo, we actually might have to wait. Wow, you know, I just thought they were gonna run away. Yeah, we bit off more than we could chew here. I mean, not with the armies in general, but just like we played very badly, right? We played very badly. Because I thought we were just gonna like run in and they were all gonna die, but they're not all dying. They are all still fighting a lot. Yeah, our generals are almost dead. Because I just thought they were going to army loss, but nah, like, these guys are all legit. I don't know what I was doing. I honestly thought they were all just going to run away as soon as we made contact. You know, these engineers could make a difference. 75% misfire. What is he, a scaven? But yes, a genuinely terrible battle. I can't believe we did this. I mean, I can. I've been here before. Any map like this is just enough trees to basically guarantee that I'll play like a moron. But I really just thought they were gonna like run away. I thought we were just gonna run into them and they were all gonna fall down. That's not what happened at all. They actually million% gave as good as they got here, and we actually might have to wait like a couple of seasons to fight them. We got so like, or the Emperor will die, right? Yeah, just absolutely terrible. Our artillery is shooting through the forest. Our archers are entirely not engaged. Absolutely, maybe the worst battle we've ever done. This is a truly shameful display. Maybe the worst battle we've ever done. If we didn't overwhelm them in both troop quality and numbers, they would have won. But I guess if we didn't overwhelm them in troop quality and numbers, we wouldn't have done the battle this stupidly either. It's hard to say. Han Feng was actually a spy. He let Jari lose his bad. Yes, there you go. He said there's barely any here. Here, look at me. We just thought he blew up. He actually did one of those little explosive things where they breathe fire. But that's... Spoilers. They're not really breathing fire. They're just faking it. They're phonies. They can't breathe fire at all. They're just a bunch of big old phonies. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, I have good news about that too.
我军智
Yeah.
略，胜
I
敌
mean,
军
like,
一
he would
筹
be。very old at this point.
他们对天下毫无裨益可言，行事谨慎，可称机敏。
谨遵命令。
I mean, I guess like for a gameplay type thing, right? Because we go in, you know, that was only a couple of armies getting beat up, and really only a couple of retinues from one, right? Because we still have an entirely fresh stack, 2 entirely fresh stacks. But you know, like, we could wait for let him put it together again, but honestly, you know, we're, because it's midnight 15, you know, let's just...
我只想为百姓寻得容身之所，发泄怒火。冲啊！
打起精神来，见识一下我们的激情。承天所助，我军必胜。
That'll be the end of Long Long.
讨平乱贼，澄清四海。
Everyone's getting no swarm, but never Jotai. Always the bridesmaid.
熊熊不息。一扫污浊，悉心节约，待时而发。扫平天下。
心如止水。 气聚神凝，
杀！进攻！
But time for the final battle, which, you know, I mean, maybe the final battle. There's always like the, all right, can you achieve peace and stuff, but like I always feel like once you get the 3rd Emperor's seat, you're just like, all right, dust it off. But we've got so much of an army here, and we're just going to totally bum rush it, right? We're not gonna be reasonable at all. We don't even have fire arrows for these multi-bolts. We're just gonna use them all to shoot. At the Bastion artillery there. Internal towers are the very strong ones, and they do poke out all the way to here, so we're gonna have to, You know, be judicious, and by that I mean be totally
我方援
excessive.
兵抵达战场，
准备就绪，顽强不屈，加快步伐，快速前进。开战！
敌军四散而逃，到底是无胆鼠辈。
Alright, so we delete them. Now we just need to use all the rest of our ammo here, I guess. We don't need to be in front of this tower. We don't need to go to this trebuchet either, do we? No, tis a silly place.
友军遭受攻击，速速前去救援。
Oh, they're over here. Well, in that case... Oh, wow. We're just eating shots here. Standing in front of all these towers, please. Super smart.
准备就绪，拿枪！注意，
敌军四散而逃，到底是无胆鼠辈。
鸣笛就绪。
We're just gonna climb the wall. Oh my god. Yambahu's gonna die. He's just gonna straight get killed by these towers. I'm so bad at this game.
准备开战！
It's fine. We've got plenty of troops.
准备开战！准备开战！爬墙！
准备就绪，开始登城。
不要留情！准备就绪，稳住阵脚。
防御姿态。
Yeah, because... Yeah, these Imperial Palace crossbowmen cannot stand up to it. But of course, there's a lot they can't. A lot they can't do. A lot we can't do. We are getting burned everywhere here. Oh, the Emperor is dying. I'm so bad at this game. I'm so bad at this game. Why are they even here? Why are our troops here? Alright, charge in. That's why they're here.
准备开战！快，快，速速前进！敌军！就绪，翻他们！杀呀！拔剑！准备就绪！准备就绪！鼓起勇气！
Yeah, for all that these guys are having a terrible time fighting him, he's having a bad time too. Get on the wall. Get on the wall. Alright, and here we go. Now we're fine. You know, the important thing is to bring way more troops than you need. Here we go, and then we stream in this way.
射击！
胜利近在咫尺。
不要留情！准备开战！蛇骨断金！
Yeah, definitely not our best siege we've ever done, right?
为了大业，
But hey, Jotai's inside, so that's good. This is actually a hellscape. Look at these towers. This is a hellscape. I mean, I'm glad we're doing it, but look at this. This is like 10 towers with the boosted thing. The whole internal is absolutely hostile. I love it. You know, this is great. This is what an Imperial city should feel like to siege. It's awesome. Campaign with or market without troops. Yeah, yeah. You know, we barely had time to get the trebs. That was the thing.
敌方哨楼被拿下了。
Because our highest level people couldn't get them. And now, right on time, they're running.
做好准备，听命，加速前进。
Right there. Oh, they take this tower back. Of course they do.
准备好了，实际上，准备开战。
But the multi-bolts are actually, I bet, yeah, you know, they're not getting good kills, but it's a bunch of kills. 50 or so is fine in a siege like this. I mean, obviously, if we had fire arrows on the ones we started the siege with, we could have been much more methodical. Would that have helped? I mean, how could anything be helped, right?
敌方将领已死。
注意，快快快！
And here we're fighting the sword guard. No, we're fighting these guys. You're locked in here with me. If only he was Oathsworn with anyone here. There's so many people here, and nobody loves him. Tai freaking out by all the fire. He's also totally surrounded by Imperial troops without anybody helping him.
守住阵线。
Has she gone insane with Rage of Grief? It seems like she's fine, actually. She barely seems upset. Yeah, what would this have been like with their full regular complement in here? It's already pretty crazy. But a poison volley, anything that kills like 30 Imperial Gate Guards, they're such a good unit. They can leave, and these guys are... Getting in here, and these gate guards, you know, they're certainly Wu Jing really died in the siege of the final perceived there is narrative this card. Indeed, you know, we for all that we went super heavy on it and the Liu Chang campaign, I've also been like, you know, daydreaming. Can't say writing for it because it's really just been daydreaming. So it's like a lot of my narrative type like thoughts have been just going about that old campaign and like how to tell the stories of the moments, whether or not I ever do, you know. It's like there's no emotional space for caring about these people when I'm still like, oh yeah, there could be like a scene when Liu Ji shows up and she's been away for a while and one of the girls like calls for her mother and Liu Ji is like, oh, she means me, and then she runs over to Zhuge Pian and then Zhuge Pian sees her do it and she gets all like scared, but then Liu Ji's like, no, we're pals actually, I'm not gonna murder you, that was just an idea, you know, that kind of thing. And then I don't care about the Wu family at all. That's not true. Like, I love this playthrough. It's just like, you know, I haven't been developing stories or anything for any of these people. Emperor seat captured. Et voila.
所谓命运，皆由兵刃和鲜血所写。诸侯包藏乱心，天下不堪再受其乱。
I've got bad news about Yuan Shao.
演武
Good news is he's
西多
real.
之时，
Bad news is he's not the emperor anymore. Sixth
天
Emperor
命决定
Tyrannus.
只有一人能成至尊。
Oh, look at me there, and look at that. He's so proud there in the back. Ling Tong, favorite duelist, 4 successful duels. It just goes to show how rarely I duel sometimes. I used to do it all the time, but now it's like, if you take an early duel, you can be like caught out away, and I like to use my heroes for, you know, force multiplier, so it's more like, I duel if I know, like, oh, you messed up, I can win this duel, and I'm afraid of your guy, you know? Like if we could have dueled Zhuge Xuan with somebody who had evasion. But yeah, there you go. The most talented warrior is Wu Jing. He gets more kills than anybody else. Honor faction leader of all things. Pan Zhang, of course, was a super great guy for us. But yeah, you know, we... 35 million population. Not bad. And 1.2 million of it from commanderies, right? So pretty interesting there. Normally, it's not so high of a thing there. We got plenty of, supply actions 1, total supply actions 2. 46k soldiers lost and only 136k killed. You know, a very tidy campaign as far as that goes. So, you know, we start out and immediately declaw the tiger. No, that's Sun Jin. He's the tiger that gets declawed there. You know, we trespass on Yan Baihu's land. We take Yan Baihu's land. You know, we had these dramatic victories. We get Yan Baihu. And then we start the jockeying for power in the center, which lasts for, you know, a few years before we get, well, you know, not too long, right? Yeah, from 191 to 192 to 194, we were just chilling here, and that's when we won against Hua Zhen. Yeah, that's right. And then a couple more years. We hit 198, we got our thing, and then biding our time, rolling through. This is when we were fighting Lady, Lady Wu and Liu Ji and stuff there. And then we peace out there, take Liu Yao's land, roll over the south, right? And, so from 203, unite Wu, right? And then just roll through northern and southern Xianan, rolling through, take Taiwan, you know, that's, in there, and then, yeah, just... I mean, look at Song, right? Song just holding on to the whole freaking north. Well, that part of it, you know, I look at that part as a whole different section than the other, right? Very simple to Yuan Shao, yeah, you know, because yeah, now that you say it, 200, you know, we're both doing our thing. 2 years later, we get it, and then, yeah, right as I'm uniting it, he's uniting it, yeah. But, of course, I was too mighty for him. But, you know, because he moved up, Yuan Shao fell into that classic problem, right? He was trying to juggle. I can juggle, right? I can juggle one ball, but if I try to do two, I drop them.
朕与你有什么好说的？此举可行。朕与你有什么好说的？
We don't. All we lose is 15 by doing it anyway. Give me all your stuff, Cao Cao. There could be only one.
你这是让国无路可走啊！
You have left me with little option. Yeah, I know. I know I did. All right. And that is a beautiful sight. All right, we win. It's our boy. But there you have it. A glorious victory, you know. And this is one of those times where it's like, it's cool that Song is, like, reasonable and, like, yeah, we beat up on him, we got the strength, but it's like, you know, this would have been one of those times where if we wanted to fight against him, because we had what? Well, I mean, reasonable enough, right? We went immediately to the Heartland, crushed his, remaining armies there, but we only fought Yuan Shao one time, right? Yeah, we fought Wang Long, right, and then we fought here at this, but this is the only time we fought him all playthrough. 8 years to second Marquis, then 4 to Marquis, 4 to Duke, 4 to King. You know, if we would have targeted leveling up from Marquis earlier, we might have done it, but... And of course, down here in the south, Yuan Yao, running stuff. Zhu Rong works for him. Good for him. We did it! Now, of course, we never got Lady Wu on our side. Which is sad, you know. I did want to be her friend. But, you know, you can't have everything. At least we were able to eventually, you know, avenge Sun Jian, and, you know, she did get Changsha back, I guess, and that's not too bad. Alrighty. Oh, we can become rivals with all of our... When we betray people, they're like, I can't believe you would do that. But alright, yeah, there you go. The Kingdom of Zhu. This is... You know, it's not my favorite playthrough I've ever done. This is my favorite faction. I think the Wu Engineer is just an incredibly great unit. The faction mechanic, we had a little bit too many non-family members in there, but still, like, I feel like really leaning into it is great. And, you know, you get quite good bonuses from it. The military supplies is counteractable fairly easily. I mean, not easily. You got to spend red buildings on it, but I am always building red buildings anyway, right? Because the last thing I want is to ever lose a city that I've decided to invest in. Like, I can't stand it. So I'll make the building make less money forever just to get a red building in it. And we're entirely intended. I mean, true enough, yeah. We did have a lot of people that were in the extended families and stuff, but a great time. A great time. This faction's so cool, right? You've got these really nice personalities in it. I mean, assuming that you give them the personalities. But crucially, we're going to be able to marry Yuan Nanyang turn 1 into the faction. It's great. You got all these good bonuses. I mean, Wu Jing himself is just like crazy, right? Like this dude. When you look at the bonuses that you get faction-wide, it's just like, what's even going on here, right? 10 satisfaction, 10 upkeep, yeah, please. And then he's got, the good traits as well. Now, you don't get Roar, but you start with Panzhong, who both gets Roar and has one of the better weapons in the game, right? Terror plus Roar in the early game is just tremendous. What a cool guy. And then once you get to Flame Burst, of course, Flame Burst is like, what if that other guy didn't misfire? Sets around until you say, playing Doom and stuck on this mission, you think you put the difficulty too high. Well, sometimes you can put the difficulty too high. Also, good evening, nice to see you. You caught me right at the end, unfortunately. But yeah, so, yeah, how would the campaign have been without Yan Baihu and Auntie Wu showing up, without our bandit sentinels? Well, who knows, Who knows? But we'll see next time. Panzhong's weapon was fun to make. It's such a cool weapon. And he's amazing to have early, too, because that chance of capturing enemy officers, you get that early, that's as good as it gets, The morale for the own retinue is good, Terror. The execute thing. Ultraviolence. Yeah, that might be a little too high for you then. But yeah, we now, did Guan Yinping actually get to be in a fight where we saw her? No. But we did get her in the faction, and that was nice. I mean, obviously we could still have a fight over here if we wanted, but it's over. We're just wrapping up the feelings on it. Jotai, once again, never gets oathsworn to anyone, but we didn't take away his weapon. I think it's nice that we stopped taking away people's special stuff, and I want to keep on trying to stop taking away people's special stuff. It's one thing to steal a horse from a spy or whatever. No, nothing unusual there. Indeed, Hey, there was the one where they got a couple where they were palling around with Kongming. They got like two. They actually got a couple real battles in that making them a unique campaign. They got a few. Everybody, that grew up in 206 got a little bit of time there, but those are the breaks. Well, they called him an emperor. This wandering craftsman, does he start with that or does he just always get it? This thing is the best item. I want it so much. Brilliant, cordial, and distinguished. Dutiful, charismatic, arrogant, friendly, and not the emperor anymore. Kick rocks, Yuan Shao. Before Nightmare? Oh, I thought Ultraviolence was the top one. Well, I was playing... That's given to one of the northern factions. Ah, okay. It's like, I always see Yuan Shao end up with it, but it makes sense because he just wins against them. It's so cool because, getting getting the weapons, because up here, you know, you're never going to get a weapon crafter. You're never going to get a weapon crafter. I mean, this one is sort of, if you really beeline for it. If you take Changsha, it's not too far away, but I feel like I've seen 2 before, but hey, look at that. It's this dude. What a menace. What a menace. This dude with the silver warglaive has caused me more grief than a man with a gold weapon ever could. Swinging for 6,000. Hey, 73, yeah. But yeah, but that's all for right now. But yeah, ironic. I'll jump on disc here in a second and try and find that, and you know, I'll be like, I'm the guy, and you'll just have to believe me. But yeah, that sounds cool. I'll you know, yeah, in the message I'll, you know, ask you if, you know, the questions I might have. But yeah, very, very cool. Excited to take a look at it, and honored that you would offer. Only one allows the event to pop. You could give it to a vassal and then watch them get a bunch of cool stuff, and then try to trade them at the beginning of every turn so they don't get to equip it. There we go. The Kingdom of Zhu. You know, you'd be forgiven for thinking that we earned it. The Kingdom of Song being the same color of ours makes it look like we really have a lot of the map. But you know, a beautiful end map of China, right? Yuan Shao still alive, you know, and I'm sure that pleases some of us out there, right? You know, Yuan Shao lived long enough to see his brother not make it. And he still has Shangyong, and you know, he's got his little thing going on, funny stuff. But anyway, yeah, thanks for watching, thanks for listening. Hope you guys have enjoyed, and yeah, ironic. I'll try to shoot you that before I close my eyes for the night. But yeah, I'd be excited to take a look, and it's awesome for you to ask. Definitely interested, and yeah, I will. Try to shoot you a message here in just a bit before the night is done. But good night, everybody. Good night, Luke. Good night, Ironic. Good night, Sans or Undertale. Good night, all. Good night, our arcade. So good to see you. If you're still here, I will say I did pick up Octopath Traveler. Started playing some of that. Got a few of those in, so maybe I'll catch you in one of those. Probably planning on playing that tomorrow morning. But tomorrow, guys, will be the 2-year of Minecraft Wheat video, so watch out for that. And yep, good night, everybody. I will hopefully see you tomorrow. I'll be around, and maybe if you are, I will see you there. See you guys.